Hey guys, today we're going to be talking about Nashville, the capital of Tennessee. And man, there's so much history here that I honestly don't think I can cover it all in one video. But we've got a lot of crazy stuff to go through because, look, I don't buy the official narrative that we're told. I mean, I love Nashville. It's a beautiful old world city. It really is. But it's kind of a shame that nowadays it's basically just a giant party every night. Like, these people are always drunk, dancing on buses, and not even aware of the insane architecture and history around them. And if you're new to the channel, you know I've said this before, but there's just too many things about the official historical narrative that don't really add up. For example, did you know Nashville had its own World's Fair in 1897? Supposedly with over 100 massive buildings and even a pyramid. But when you start breaking it down, the whole story looks more like a fabrication than a real event. After that, we'll talk about the Tennessee State Capitol building, which they have the audacity to tell us was built before the Civil War. We're gonna pick that apart and even explore the possibility that it's some kind of EMF technology that's still active today. Then we'll look at some of the most impressive downtown buildings, and we'll even get into underground Nashville, the tunnels that supposedly run all through downtown and under the Capitol itself. So with that, grab some snacks, kick back, and let's dive into Nashville Unveiled. So I usually start with breaking down the entire official history of a city, but that doesn't sound like a lot of fun. So let's just jump right into dissecting the Nashville World's Fair, or the Tennessee Centennial Exposition. The official story goes that in 1897, Nashville decided to celebrate 100 years of Tennessee statehood by putting on this massive exposition out at what's now Centennial Park. They say it ran for 6 months, from May to October, and supposedly it had over 100 buildings spread out across 200 acres. Giant exhibition halls, fountains, gardens, and even a replica of the Parthenon, and yes, even a pyramid built by Memphis. According to mainstream history, they built all of this in under 2 years. They brought in exhibits from across the country. More than 1 million people came to visit from all over the world, and they actually say 1.6 million people came to this event throughout the 6 months, which is insane considering Nashville only had roughly 70,000 people at the time. And why did they do all this? Well, apparently it was meant to show that Nashville was a modern, cultured city that could compete with places like Chicago or St. Louis. That's the story they tell us, and most people don't question it at all. I mean, the Parthenon gets almost 400,000 visitors yearly. They get a brief little plaque explaining how it was a part of the World's Fair, and that's about it. No one really questions it any further. But I think there are some serious issues with this entire narrative. Because here's the thing. The way they sell this to the public is they tell us that these were all temporary buildings, built from wooden frames and staff. But a lot of these structures don't look temporary at all. They look solid and well supported. And the weird thing about Nashville is there are 0 construction photos from this event online, which is shocking. We're told this was the biggest thing Tennessee had ever done. It lasted for half a year, supposedly had millions of people come through, and yet we don't see a single photograph of anything being built. No scaffolding, no half-finished domes, no work crews, just already finished buildings. All we ever get are these polished shots of the buildings already standing, which is convenient because it makes the story nice and neat. But if you think about it, it doesn't add up. Let's just take a look at some of the most impressive structures at the fair. Obviously, there's the Parthenon. Now we know it took 2 years to complete the entire World's Fair, or at least that's what they suggest, because the cornerstone of the Parthenon was laid on October 8, 1895, and that was the official start of construction for the exposition grounds. The Parthenon was basically the crown jewel of the fair. It was a full-scale replica of the one in Athens, and they hyped it up as the noblest and most permanent of all structures. They tell us it was only built of wood and staff, which is plaster mixed with fiber. But when you look at photos, it doesn't come off like some cheap temporary stage prop. It looks like stone. It looks solid. And remember, this thing stood for decades after the fair ended, before they supposedly rebuilt it in concrete in the 1920s. So even in their own official history, they slip up and admit it was far more substantial than they want us to think. How did a temporary structure last over 2 decades? Oh, and they tell us that the reconstruction took 11 years from 1920 to 1931. Right. And isn't it strange that this was the centerpiece chosen for Tennessee of all places? A Greek temple in the middle of Nashville. Why? Does that really make sense for a Christian southern town that was barely 30 years removed from the Civil War? A place where churches were the center of community life, and yet somehow the structure they chose to symbolize Tennessee's progress was a pagan temple to Athena. Now, I've known about the Parthenon for a while, but something that I didn't know is that there's actually 4 griffins, supposedly to protect the building and watch over it, but to me it seems like a subtle nod. They also had a centennial flagpole, which at first doesn't sound like much, but if you actually look at it, it doesn't just look like some little pole in the ground, it looks like a tower, like an antenna. And I know that might sound like a stretch, but it's once you've looked into these other World's Fairs that you start to see the pattern. They all had these giant towers, always at the center, just like the Eiffel Tower in Paris. They were showcasing more than just architecture, they were showcasing technology. Now the official story says that it's a flagpole, but I think it's worth asking whether it was really just that or if it had some other function. Because these fairs were absolutely obsessed with electricity, wireless communication, and broadcasting symbolism through architecture. Next, we've got the auditorium. And this one's interesting because it wasn't just a big meeting hall. It supposedly held 6,000 people, and inside was the Centennial Organ, which they described as one of the most impressive in the entire country. I only could find one photo of it, and I'm not sure if this is really in the auditorium or not, but this photo is extremely low quality, so I can't really examine it in detail. Then we have the History Building, which they framed as a sort of museum for Tennessee's past. They filled it with relics and old artifacts, but structurally it's described as another classical style building with heavy ornament. Again, no real construction photos, just polished shots, and the name itself is almost ironic. The History Building, at an event where the official history itself isn't adding up. Now the most impressive, at least to me, was the Commerce Building. This thing was basically a Capitol building for the World's Fair. It had a massive dome rising to 175 feet, towering over the grounds, with wings stretching out in each direction. And if you look at the photos, it doesn't look temporary at all. It looks like a government building that you'd expect to be standing downtown. But of course, they say it was dismantled after the fair. And just like that, a building the size of a Capitol dome completely vanishes with almost no record of demolition. There's the Minerals and Forestry Building, which was meant to showcase Tennessee's natural resources. They describe it as rustic, but on a grand scale, with exhibits of lumber, ores, and coal. It's a little easier to imagine this one as a temporary structure, but again, the official images make it look a lot more substantial than what you'd expect from wood and plaster. And once more, there's no construction photos, just a building that appears in the fairs for a few shots and then disappears. Then you had the Woman's Building, which right away you notice the colonial style architecture. Looks like an old New England or even Georgian style that was dropped right into the fairgrounds. Because the thing is, if you look at other World's Fairs, they leaned heavy into Beaux-Arts, neoclassical, domes and arches, all this over-the-top grandeur. But Nashville has this colonial revival look with some of these buildings. I think there's a reason beyond just wanting to project tradition. Then there's Lake Catherine, which they carved out this artificial lake in the middle of the grounds, and it had gondolas, fountains, and was a whole centerpiece for the fair. But if you think about the scale of what they're saying, This wasn't a pond. This is a full water feature with landscaping, statues, lighting, and all supposedly temporary? Like, who goes through the trouble of excavating a whole lake just for a 6-month fair? The children's building supposedly was an exhibit space for children's education and childcare. It's a smaller building, but it has a lot of ornamentation details. They describe it like it was there to represent the future of the state. But really, it seems like this was a programming center for creating more nights. I'll break that down in a minute. Then we have this Rialto Bridge, which doesn't seem to get highlighted a lot. This is another supposed replica. They literally recreated the Ponte de Rialto from Venice. Now, why Venice? And why that specific bridge? On the surface, it seems that they're just trying to add some European flair, but the Rialto isn't just any bridge. It's loaded with fraternity symbolism. We'll come back to that in a moment too. The Agriculture Building was another one of these giant halls, and they bragged about it being one of the largest at the fair, with a facade full of arches and ornamentation. The official story says that it was just staff and wood, which I guess you can imagine for a temporary exposition, but when you see the photos, it looks more like a courthouse or civic hall. Then right next to this, there was the Machinery Building. This one was massive. They said it had a steel frame with staff cladding, and it housed all the modern machines of the age. Then you had the Negro Building, which the book actually calls one of the largest of its kind ever built at a fair, and it was meant to showcase African American progress 30 years after the Civil War. And finally, there's the United States Government Building. There's many more structures, like the Transportation Building, which showed off railroads and locomotives, the Hygiene and Education Buildings, which were supposedly dedicated to health, medicine, and schools. Then you had the State Buildings, where different states set up their own exhibits, and most of those were simple pavilions, nothing on the scale of the main halls. But the one that really stands out is the Memphis Building, because they decided their contribution to Tennessee's Centennial Fair would be a full-on Egyptian pyramid right in the middle of Nashville. And this doesn't look temporary either. Think about the choice here. Nashville puts up a Greek temple, Memphis builds an Egyptian pyramid, and then you've got a Venetian Rialto bridge connecting it all. We will connect all that in a moment, but the official history just waves it away as a bit of fun architectural flair. But if you're paying attention, you'll start to see a pattern. Greek initiation wisdom, Egyptian mysteries, Venetian brotherhoods, all under American progress presented on this stage. And of course, all these structures just vanish without a trace, leaving us with nothing but photographs and promotional text to take on faith. The only structure that survived is the Parthenon, and they tell us it was reconstructed in the 1920s. Okay, so let's start breaking this whole story down and why it honestly seems like complete BS. Here's the bird's eye view so we can get an idea of how big this fair supposedly was. Notice all the people, the trolleys bringing in crowds. This is how they wanted to present it, as if this place was buzzing with life every single day. Now let's start with the Parthenon. First off, we have zero photos of its actual construction before the fair. Saying it was due to exposure issues or that photography wasn't common enough isn't a valid excuse. It's suspicious. Plain and simple. Then, when it comes to the 1920s reconstruction, we only get like 2 photos. If you type in Parthenon construction photos, nothing even really comes up. The only thing I could find was a History for Kids site and an Only in Tennessee article that says 10 stunning photos of construction, but only showed 2, and both were pulled straight from the Centennial Park Conservancy website, which is basically the official park site. But what's weird is they actually removed their own history page. Now there's no info about the Parthenon's history on their site at all. Why? Why would you take that down if this is your city's crown jewel? Don't you want people to know the history? So all we really get are 2 or 3 construction shots from the 1920s, and I doubt those too. We don't see any clear stages, just one interior shot and maybe a couple of angles of scaffolding. There's one high quality photo floating around Instagram, but honestly, that's not enough evidence to convince me that this building was completely reconstructed. And I know if you're hearing this for the first time, that probably sounds crazy. But think about it. We're supposed to believe a wooden frame, plaster building from 1897 lasted 20 years before they rebuilt it? That doesn't sound temporary to me. The only other photo I could find is from 1895, supposedly showing the cornerstone ceremony. Okay, so they could take photos of that, but somehow nobody thought to document the actual construction of the most prominent building at the fair? That's suspicious. But listen to this. So this whole temporary structure thing is a lie. It was never made with wood and plaster, and I'm about to prove it. So just so you can see, type in Google, was Parthenon at the Nashville World's Fair a temporary structure? And it says, yes, it was made from wood, plaster, and brick, and then rebuilt with more permanent materials. But guess what? They made a mistake. I first saw this with one of these promotional illustrations. It said the Parthenon was a fireproof building. And I thought that was weird, but it wasn't really conclusive enough. But this debunks the whole story. There's a book that came out the same year as the fair. It doesn't have an author, but it's in the Library of Congress. Look at this. Quote, "This glorious temple, securely built of stone, brick, and iron to render it fireproof." Whoa, hold up a second. That is not the mainstream narrative. It doesn't say that on any single website on the history of the Parthenon. That means it wasn't a temporary structure. This is the book that came out with the fair. The book does not say wood and plaster. It's literally saying it's a permanent fireproof building. And yes, it does say temporary home, but that doesn't mean it's a temporary structure. It's talking about the art gallery inside. And I should mention they had something called the Vanity Fair, which was basically the amusement section of the fair. Now this I can actually believe because these structures look cheap. You can see the contrast plain as day when you compare them to the main exposition buildings. But one thing I thought was weird is they were showing off X-ray machines to the public for the very first time here. From this point forward, there aren't really any construction photos that I could find. A lot of these photos don't even really show that many people. I mean, in a few examples you can see the crowds, but they're saying on some occasions there were like 98,000 people showing up, or that was the greatest attendance for this parade, but it doesn't seem like there are that many people here. Most of the photos show off the buildings themselves and they seem empty. I'm not saying there are zero photos of people because, sure, there are a few showing crowds near the Parthenon or the pyramid, but to me, a lot of them look staged. And honestly, they look painted over or manipulated. That's not a reach either. Here's one of the most famous photos. There's literally no one here. Okay, how about this photo? Yeah, I'm pretty sure those people are painted in. And yet, this very photo shows up on National Geographic, presented as if it were a real scene. But it's not. It's a presentation photo. It's a showcase image. That's the evidence we're left with. Here's a photo that supposedly shows the grounds under construction before 1897. But if you look closely, the main structures are already built. This is basically the only progression photo we get. And if you look at the section to the right, you can see they actually added scaffolding in after the fact, meaning they painted it in. One of the wooden beams literally goes across the dirt road, and they're all slanted. That's not natural. And this photo is hosted on National Geographic's site like it's legit. I see this all the time in archived photos. People think that just because it says glass negative or it's stored in an archive that it's 100% untouched and true. That's not the case. A lot of these old photos were retouched, airbrushed, or even manipulated outright. And really, there are a few other photos that have this weird stuff with these people. You've got two famous shots in front of the pyramid and lake, but I strongly suspect those were tampered with too. Look at the people in the foreground. There's this weird white haze around them, like the area was airbrushed. This guy with the hat especially looks painted in. Then if you zoom in at this cross section of the X on the fence rails, you'll see people are standing there. But where are they standing exactly? In the water? That makes no sense. Most likely those were separate stock images that got layered on after the fact. I can't find a high-res version of this to confirm, but even the crowds in the background don't look quite right. Oh, and there's this guy walking on a tightrope here. Then there's another photo from almost the exact same angle, published in the Tennessean. I found a few versions of it, but they're all really low quality. This one really shows the size and scale of the pyramid, which is strange because in the promotional bird's eye view poster from the same year, the pyramid is in a completely different location. So wait, what happened? They moved a full-size pyramid at the last second? How do you mess that up on your official promotion material? That doesn't make sense. But yeah, if you look at the people in the foreground, it really does look like they were added in. And for everyone who tries to say exposure issues, explain this then. There's a running fountain in this photo. Yeah, that was painted in, and you can even see some of the brush marks overlapping the pyramid. There's another photo with the pyramid that I thought was interesting. Honestly, I think the figures on the balcony were added in, but I'm not totally sure with this one. I did find a close-up, and you can see some of the women's dresses have clearly been touched up. So there was work done on the image. Just to what degree, it's hard to say. But what really stands out are the pillars. I mean, look at them. This doesn't look like a temporary plaster and wood structure at all. Here's another photo with people that looks like it's been edited. So those are basically the main photos that come up if you search for people at this event, and honestly, there's really not that much online. But I do have a book on the fair that has a bunch of photos and some more interesting information. As I was looking for more, I came across one that shows a crowd in front of the Parthenon with a large group gathered by the auditorium. The story is that this was a Chinese village, and they paraded a dragon through the fairgrounds. What caught my eye though is this Templar looking cross in the grass, which I haven't seen in any other photo. Now, I honestly do think they had the ability back then to add in crowds to these old photos. If you've never looked into old world Photoshop, go check it out. They were cutting and pasting negatives, layering and painting directly onto glass plates. And in this photo, you can see the signs. First, the entire sky has been cut out. You can see the hard black line around the auditorium roofline. Then if you zoom in, the resolutions don't match. The benches on the side are blurry with low grain, but then suddenly, the crowd in front is sharp, high contrast, different grain entirely. Look closely at the woman with the umbrella at the bottom left. She just doesn't match the benches sitting right behind her. It honestly looks like multiple photos were pasted together to create a busy scene. So why were they photoshopping people in these photos? Well, you actually see this a lot in old architectural postcards. You'll see these old buildings that clearly shows a boring, empty street with this grand architecture. And to present it more pleasing to the public, they would touch it up and add people walking or a family nearby pointing. But it's a little bit more deceptive here because this is clearly trying to present itself as showing a snapshot of the event and what it was like there. Why do that if this was supposedly the biggest event in Tennessee during this time, and they're telling us there were 1.6 million people who came here in 6 months? Where are the photos of this many people? And let's just say for a moment that the photos aren't faked, even though they clearly have signs of photo manipulation. Let's just say they're real. You really think this is enough photos of such a historic event? There are not that many interior photos. Where are the group family photos? I want to see crowds of people walking through these buildings from all sorts of different angles. And we kind of have a few of these, but not really. We get these neatly packaged presentation photos that seem to have been taken in just a few days. This is supposed to be 6 months long. So you build all this out, take photos of each building, so obviously you could take photos. You make everyone who visits this event take a photo as an ID on their ticket. That's another weird thing. Their tickets were almost like passports. This seems very bizarre to me because what kind of fair requires you to take a photo ID? And second, so wait, they could take photos for every person but not take more photos of the event? How does that make sense? Now some of you, especially people who are new, may be thinking, okay, so what's up? Why fake these photos? What are you saying? Well, if you don't know, World's Fairs are a popular topic in the alternative history community because there are several others in the United States that have these same anomalies: massive architecture, large attendance, short timelines, and then everything gets demolished after, with usually one surviving structure. The most popular theory is that this whole World's Fair hype during the 19th and early 20th centuries was really a staged event to cover up that these structures were left over from a previous advanced civilization and were then repurposed into fairgrounds to cover this up. This is referring to Tartaria. But for this project, I wanted to leave that out, or at least when it comes to the World's Fair stuff, because here's the thing. Most people just cannot go that far and will never even entertain that idea. So I wanted to try a different approach, present a new theory, one that might actually be more acceptable to skeptics. Okay, so what if the Nashville World's Fair never happened? What if it's a fake, staged historical event? Forget about advanced civilizations and repurposed architecture for a moment and just ask that question. How do you know it happened? I first got this idea when I was making the video on bizarre World's Fair media, the line between dream and reality, because it started to become obvious that there's this strange cultural synchronism around the idea of whether the World's Fairs were real or not. You see this in Little Nemo in Slumberland, Tomorrowland, and even that weird horror film, We're All Going to the World's Fair. They all play with this theme of the World's Fairs being false illusions. Now, I'm not saying that's evidence, but it got me thinking. So let's actually ask that question. How do you know this event took place? Most people don't, it's just something we've been told. But for a local historian, how do they know this was a real event? Let's go over all the arguments. We know this happened because of photos. Well, yeah, but we just covered how photos could be faked, and I just showed you multiple examples from that very fair. So can we really trust photos? Especially when the photographic record is this scarce. Okay, what else? The newspapers covered it. So what? Newspapers in the 1890s were openly promotional, often funded by big corporations and railroads. If this event was staged, then of course the newspapers would have staged it too. But we know it happened because of eyewitnesses. Do we though? There aren't really any eyewitnesses left. And even back then, how do we know they weren't just at some kind of fair? Meaning sure, there was something there, and perhaps people showed up for a few days to take some photos. But how do we know it happened exactly as we have been told? Eyewitness accounts don't prove there were over 1 million visitors. What else do we have? Tickets? Yeah, we have a few tickets, but does that prove they constructed all of this in 2 years and pulled in over 1 million people? No. And if that's true, then where are the photos of these crowds? Like I said before, many of these tickets were actually passes with ID photos on them. For reference, this was one of the earliest widespread civilian uses of photo ID cards in America. Remember, this is pre-driver's license, pre-social security, pre-modern passports. So I'm not really buying this whole story. Why did these people need photo IDs just to get into the fair? Any other arguments? Okay, well, why fake it isn't an argument. How would they cover it up? Isn't evidence it actually happened either. We can talk about why later, but right now saying why just makes this whole thing overcomplicated. I'm asking something simple. What actual evidence do we have that this really happened? And the truth is, we don't have much to go on. Books, posters, newspapers, photos, all of that can be faked or staged. The population of Nashville at that time was around 70,000, way less than San Francisco or Chicago during their World's Fairs. Yet, we're supposed to believe over 1 million people came through a much smaller town in just 6 months? Where were they all staying? There was no grand hotel built for the fair. They say, oh, this is the hotel that was built to accommodate visitors. But that's not nearly enough space, and apparently it was called the men's quarter, so no respectable woman would even go there. So where are all the families staying? And keep in mind, that same place became a strip club less than 10 years after the fair. Does that add up to you? Utopia Hotel. Interesting name, right? So yeah, in short, the theory is that the Nashville World's Fair was a staged historical event by Freemasons. And when I say Freemasons here, I'm really using it interchangeably. I mean secret society members. That's not a stretch. I'm not saying, oh, it was the Illuminati. No, literally, why do you think there was a pyramid there? Why do you think they built a replica of a pagan temple? No idea. They were just being creative. Nashville was the Athens of the South. That's what local historians will tell you. They'll just say it was revival architecture. Right. But most people, especially skeptics, aren't aware that these World's Fairs were planned and orchestrated by Freemasons. And you have to understand, this isn't always an obvious association, because there are many different fraternities and secret societies. Freemasons aren't the only ones. We kind of know this already with the Paris World's Fair, but it's not so obvious with every fair. Don't believe it? Well, let's just dive into the secret society connections to the Nashville World's Fair, because I think it's more obvious with Nashville than anywhere else, and it actually answers a lot of questions. Take the pyramid, or the Memphis building. Let's just start there. Why did they decide to do this? The mainstream story says it's because the busy and historic capital of Shelby County bears the name of ancient Memphis. Okay, but that just raises another question. Why did they call it Memphis, Tennessee in the first place? Don't you think that's an odd name? You find a city and decide to name it after an ancient Egyptian capital? It doesn't make sense until you connect it to Freemasonry. Freemasons have always been obsessed with Egyptian and Greek mythology. Many of you Nashville locals already know about this. You can see it right in the middle of downtown. It's the Downtown Presbyterian Church. Do you want to tell me why one of the oldest Christian churches in Nashville is built in Egyptian revival style and features a bas-relief of Amun-Ra, the Egyptian sun god, right at the front entrance? There's only one explanation. This was built by Christian Freemasons. William Strickland, the architect, was a Freemason and also literally built Masonic halls in Philadelphia. There is no denying this Freemason Egyptian connection. It's called the Rite of Memphis Mizraim. Anyone who's researched Freemasonry knows this. Look at their seal. Notice that temple there? This is what we're actually dealing with. These Masonic rites go back to the early 1700s. But here's something that caught my eye. The Rite of Mizraim, Mizraim is the Hebrew name for Egypt, was established in Venice in the late 18th century. Suddenly, that explains the Rialto Bridge replica. I wasn't sure why they chose to do a copy of that bridge, but now it makes perfect sense. Why did they build this random Venetian bridge? There's a reason. Because this bridge is associated with secret brotherhoods and fraternities going back to the 15th century. It's one of the most famous and oldest bridges in Venice. But listen to this. I was looking into the background of the bridge, and I found out about a famous painting called The Miracle of the Relic of the Cross at the Ponte di Rialto. This painting shows a miracle of a madman being healed from a Christian relic. But more importantly, it was commissioned for the Grand Hall of the Scuola Grande de San Giovanni Evangelista, the seat of a brotherhood in Venice. And sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But that's the connection. That's why they made the replica. It's not random architecture. It's a secret society and brotherhood reference sitting in the middle of Centennial Park. So that's why they had a pyramid. It's not just because Memphis is called Memphis, because the founders saw a parallel between the city's locations on great rivers. Yeah, no, that's not a good enough explanation. What makes more sense is that Memphis was actually a major center for the Prince Hall tradition and this Egyptian rite we just talked about. Now, I'd be surprised if there are any historians who'd actually deny this. But if that wasn't enough, literally right by the pyramid was another structure we haven't talked about yet. Right next door was the Knights of Pythias Pavilion. And this is a weird story because supposedly there are two surviving structures from the fair. The Parthenon, which everybody knows, and this pavilion that they tell us was moved all the way to Franklin on horse-drawn wagons. No photos of this, no documentation of the move, but sure, here it is today in its new location. So that's a strange story, not something a lot of people know. But the fact is, this was a secret society pavilion. And most Knights of Pythias were also Freemasons. So why is this here, at the heart of the fair? Oh, and I forgot to mention, the official book that came out the same year as the fair flat out says the pyramid was a rendezvous point. What does that even mean? Same thing here. Apparently the Knights of Pythias needed their own resting place and conference area. That's not a normal fair exhibit. It's literally a hall. And when you start digging into these fraternities, the overlaps are obvious. Knights of Pythias was built on the exact same Masonic model. Degrees, initiation rites, oaths. Their three guiding principles? Friendship, charity, benevolence. Right. And we're just supposed to believe that all this was a secret society devoted to friendship? What does that even mean? So they have this whole myth that they base themselves on. Pythias was accused of plotting against Dionysius of Syracuse, sentenced to death, but begged to settle his affairs first. Dionysius agreed on the condition that his friend Damon be held hostage, to be executed if Pythias didn't return. So then Pythias shows up at the last second, proves his loyalty, and Dionysius is so moved he spares them both. Aw, how cute. It's all about true friendship, right? No, this is secret brotherhood coding. Let me break it down. So on the surface, this is the myth the Knights of Pythias used publicly. A chivalric tale of loyalty, brotherhood, and moral virtue. Nice and clean, easy to sell to the public. Okay, but let's look at the occult and esoteric side of it. First off, the name Pythias isn't random. It's a nod to Pythagoras and the Pythian mysteries. The whole Pythian Apollo cult at Delphi was about oracles, hidden knowledge, secrecy, prophecy, initiation. Damon offering himself in place of Pythias is literally a sacrificial substitution ritual. In occult societies, this is the exact same thing as a stand-in victim in initiation drama. A brother willing to die in another's place. It's just straight up ritual symbolism for death and rebirth initiations. So on one level, Pythias isn't just a friend, it's referencing Delphic initiation traditions. Then there's the Pythias-Python connection. The word itself is tied to Python, the serpent slain by Apollo at Delphi. The priestess at Delphi was the Pythia, the oracle. So the name carries serpentine, chthonic, oracular overtones. You're dealing with serpent cult energy, but disguised as a cute moral tale about friendship. The key is the order calls itself Knights, like medieval Christian chivalry, but fuses it with a pagan Greek myth. That hybridization, classical pagan mixed with Christian morality, is exactly what these 19th century fraternities were doing it, and they dressed it up as philanthropy. But underneath, it's pagan mystery symbolism. And of course, the Knights of Pythias initiation has 3 degrees, just like Masonic craft degrees. Their ritual texts are full of ordeals, secrecy oaths, symbolic tests, modeled right on Freemasonry, just framed with Damon and Pythias. The same symbols are all there too. The swords, the eyes, skulls, serpents, knightly vows. So is it really about friendship? Or is it about oath keeping even under the threat of death? That's the real lesson. And now the so-called children's building makes more sense. They don't really explain it, but that 1897 book literally says that this building was intended to be a paradise for future knights and ladies of Tennessee. So right there in plain sight, they're nodding to secret societies grooming the next generation. And now let's go back to the Parthenon. Because once you see the Knights of Pythia sitting there with their fraternal lodge next to the pyramid, the Greek temple starts to make a lot more sense. Remember, the official story is, oh, it's just because Nashville wanted to be the Athens of the South. It was culture and education. Right. That's the surface story. But anyone who's looked into Freemasonry knows how obsessed they were with Greek temples, with Athena, with the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and war. The Parthenon in Athens was literally a temple of initiation for the Eleusinian and Panathenaic rites. It's tied to processions, mystery plays, and the elevation of the initiate. Freemasonry borrows directly from these ancient models. Their whole craft imagery is temple building, columns, Doric and Ionic orders, secret chambers. So why build a Parthenon in the middle of a Christian city in 1897? Athena isn't just some random goddess. In esoteric terms, she represents hidden knowledge and the guiding intelligence behind the initiatory path. That's why she's paired with serpents on her shield, just like the Python at Delphi. And it doesn't stop there. So I'm reading through this Images of America book, and there's some weird details in here. Well, for one, the Director General of the fair was Eugene Kastner Lewis. Now, I can't find clear evidence that he was a Freemason, but it's pretty obvious he had Masonic ties. Here's his grave. He has a pyramid guarded by a pair of sphinx, which is referencing the Memphis Rite. Look, here's a Scottish Rite website explaining how the sphinxes symbolize the pillars. So the literal director of the Nashville World Fair was associated with secret societies? Why don't they teach that? That would be cool to know. But there's more. They have a photo in this book that talks about how they were simulating American war battles, which I find bizarre, because apparently these secret society members were role-playing. Quote, August 12th was the day chosen to reproduce the Custer Massacre. The US cavalry troops attacked and were defeated by a large contingent of the Improved Order of Red Men who played the Indians in the battle. End quote. Not sure what that's all about and what they were shooting with, but to me I find it strange because it's almost like they're telling you that this is a play between brothers. So yeah, there were multiple secret societies here. Here is the Beehive of the Maccabees. If you don't know, the beehive is a Masonic symbol. Basically, a bunch of secret societies had their own little building here, like the Order of the Hoo-Hoo, Brothers of Friendship, and the Sisters of the Mysterious Ten. Here's the Red Man's little building. Oh, and I thought this was weird. They had this building at the Vanity Fair that says, quote, where visitors would come sit down for refreshments at a table made from a real coffin. Hanging above were skull and bone chandeliers. After being entertained with illusions of death and horror, the visitor was led down a long dark tunnel into a room with bright lights, white satin drapes from floor to ceiling, and people singing in angelic voices behind the curtain. The visitor had been taken on a journey from hell into heaven. End quote. What? That sounds like a literal death and rebirth initiation ritual. Oh, and supposedly they had clowns and stilts here. This is interesting. They have this massive record-holding tree that was 70,000 pounds, the largest popular tree on record, and over 600 years old. That's kind of cool, but I was looking at the photo, and the way this guy is putting his arm over the tree is kind of weird. You see the shadow under his arm, but behind his body there's no shadow at all, and the sky was cut out here, as you can see with the cables right here. I don't know why they would fake this, I'm just pointing out that it looks like it was edited. Another little interesting fact about the fair is they had this Athena statue with this Phrygian cap in front of the Parthenon that apparently was the largest statue ever sculpted by a woman. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but that seems like PR. But yeah, apparently they sculpted this in France, shipped it on a steamboat to New Orleans, and then brought it to Nashville on train. Now this Vanity Fair, this looks like temporary structures, like a real fair. I don't think anyone would have an issue with the narrative if all the buildings looked like this. there would be no conspiracy. So did they really build all this? And what exactly might have been faked? Look, I think we should just be open to the idea that maybe they're not telling us everything about the World's Fair, and just start there. We've already established that there are some weird things that don't add up. No construction photos, barely any photos of large crowds of people. There should be hundreds, even thousands if we're being honest. That's ignoring all the obvious photo manipulation. So wait, are we really supposed to believe they built all of this in less than 2 years? The reason I wanted to leave Tartaria out of this is because alternative history channels usually jump straight to these buildings were already here and repurposed. And yes, I do think that some of these structures were repurposed. But even those channels don't really question the World's Fair narrative itself. Did millions of people really go? Did it really last as long as they claim? Just because the Chicago World's Fair might have happened on the scale that we're told, does that automatically mean Nashville did? Chicago was a huge city with rail hubs and international press. Nashville wasn't. And here's where it gets interesting. I could easily see that the Nashville elite and Freemasons, watching what's going on with these big World's Fairs and wanting to compete to bring Nashville up to the same standard as those cities. But without the money or infrastructure to actually run something on that scale. Instead, they took an existing estate with colonial architecture and other structures already in place and basically created a fake press event. A World's Fair in name and photographs to give the illusion of a grand exposition. I'm not saying no buildings existed or that no fair took place, but the way it's presented to us. 6 months, 1.6 million visitors, dozens of grand halls, looks a lot more like a PR stunt. And not just that, I do think they actually had the ability to fake buildings if they wanted to. The first clue was all the photo manipulation, but as I was researching the state pavilions, I came across something interesting. One of the state exhibits flat out admitted it was a miniature replica, built to a fraction of the scale of the original building, which proves they were comfortable blurring the line between real architecture and scaled showpieces. The building erected by the state of Illinois is a miniature reproduction of the administration building at the World's Fair, Chicago. It's built to exactly 1/6 the scale of the original and was used as headquarters for Illinois visitors. The same statuary that adorned the administration building at Chicago, through the kindness of the curators of the Columbia Museum, was used to adorn the Illinois building at the Tennessee Centennial Exposition. This exquisite structure supposedly was in full view of the Rialto and the Parthenon. So I thought that was crazy because this basically proves they were working with miniatures. This was a real building. They do have a few photos of it, but I'm not exactly sure where this structure was. It's not on the bird's eye view that I can see. You're supposed to be able to see it from the Parthenon, and we know it was close to water, but I don't see it marked anywhere. And really take the time to look at this bird's eye view. Look at the Commerce Building, which they say was made for liberal arts. Right. And look at the Skytram. There's literally no way they did this in 2 years in 1897. There are also many more details on the map that don't show up on photos. A few more structures near the Parthenon, the strange compass-looking symbol in front of it. It's crazy to really look at everything they supposedly built for this World's Fair. But how do we even know this Illinois building was at the fair? I don't see any photos of it in the background of other shots. All the photos are close-ups of just the building itself. I think the Illinois building exposes two things. One, they could build miniatures if they needed to. And two, this is a PR stunt because it's basically promoting the Chicago World's Fair at the same time. It's like cross-branding, showing that the fairs are connected so when people look back in history books they think, oh look honey, they made a replica of the administration building, cementing the idea that all of this grandeur was actually built. But again, how do we know for certain? And what was the purpose of this event? To make money? They supposedly spent $1 million on the whole thing, about $34 million today, and they broke even? It literally says, unlike other World's Fairs, the Nashville World's Fair didn't lose money. They made a direct profit of less than $50. Oh, how convenient. They didn't even make any money, just to show off technological advancements and build an entire white city? Okay, when has that ever been done in the last 40 years? Sure, there have been a few World's Fairs recently, but they don't even compare to these international expositions from the late 19th century. And are we just going to ignore how everything was demolished? Go look at the 1982 Knoxville World's Fair. If it's so easy, why can't we do it again? They built like 2 buildings for the Knoxville Fair, and nothing that even compares to these older World Fairs. I don't get it. If it's so easy to use wooden frames and staff, why not just do something like that again? I mean, wasn't Trump saying that he was going to bring the World's Fairs back? Yeah, well, when I see them build something to this degree, a grand white city in less than 2 years, then I'll start to believe the mainstream narrative. And that's with modern technology. I don't even think they could do it in that timeline, honestly. And many others who are experienced in construction will tell you the same thing. The weird thing is, so they basically would have guests come to the fair, and there was this Bureau of Information, where you would get led to your designated headquarters building. If this was a fair, why did they need to escort visitors? So I don't buy the story at all, and I really don't see any evidence that it happened the way we've been told. Remember, we're being sold a narrative, and a narrative needs evidence to back itself up. And there just isn't enough here. All we're doing is picking holes in the story. I'm not here to present alternative theories as 100% truth, but to show people a template for questioning the official narrative. How do we actually know this World's Fair even happened the way they said it did? Again, the why doesn't matter at first. The first step is to establish, is this even a legit story, and did it really happen? And right now it doesn't look like we're being told the full story. And we just went over the secret society connections to the World's Fairs. If you haven't seen Tomorrowland, that's literally a movie about a breakaway civilization of Freemasons recruiting initiates at the World's Fair. That's not proof, but it shows you this isn't something I just made up. Other people see it too. And still, no local historian can explain why Nashville's World's Fair featured a pagan temple dedicated to Athena, or what the purpose was behind this Egyptian pyramid. They don't cover the secret society connections at all. So what we have is a supposedly massive historical event in Nashville, promoted and planned by secret society members, who then released a PR-approved set of photos that doesn't feel organic at all. It feels artificial and staged, and any real event of this size would have hundreds of family photos and views from every angle. None of that exists. And don't forget about the photo manipulation. What's all that about? If they were faking photos, then who knows? Did they fake entire buildings? Did they fake newspaper accounts? If you're still thinking, why would they do this? Remember, that's not an argument. We can discuss why, but that's theorizing. Nobody knows for sure. We weren't there. We only have the data that's been left over. But if you want some whys without Tartaria, here's one. They could simply be lying about the timeline, the donors involved, and the true purpose behind these World's Fairs. You see the same symbols, Hermes, pagan gods, and almost all these advertisements for these fairs around the world. That's not a coincidence. These weren't just random local projects like some town saying, hey, let's do our own World's Fair. No, these were clearly international projects. That's where you get into secret societies and their influence over the history of America. We're sold a story of colonialism and European settlers randomly setting up boom towns. But what if that's a lie? What if the entire thing wasn't random at all, but an orchestrated plan to move people into pre-prepared, controlled societies? Again, I'm of the opinion that many of these structures were already here and repurposed, but I'm just explaining a potential why without bringing in Tartaria. These World's Fairs were basically designed to prepare the population for a new age. That's why they were giant expos of presenting supposed future technology. Radios, TVs, electricity, cameras, home appliances. They gathered all the aspects of civilization under one event to present what this new world was going to look like. It's almost like, hey, here's what our state and city can do. Here's how we can contribute to the brotherhood kind of thing. So Nashville saw other cities like San Francisco and Chicago doing this, wanted to compete, didn't have the same means to pull off an actual international event, so they faked it. Now just to be clear, I'm not saying literally every aspect of this event was fake. I do think some of these structures were here and that they even did some construction for this event, possibly even the pyramid. That feels very Masonic. Some of the smaller pavilions I can believe were built in 2 years, but the Parthenon, the Commerce Building, a lot of this looks like it was already part of an older estate, converted into a fairground, with a few new buildings added on top. But that doesn't mean the event itself happened like they said. They're claiming this was an international event lasting 6 months with a goal of 2 million visitors. That's what I'm saying is faked. Not that there were no buildings, but this whole idea of a World's Fair with people from all over the United States and world coming to Nashville in 1897. If anything, the whole thing looks suspicious. And simply saying cameras weren't as popular or exposure issues isn't really going to cut it. There's just not enough photographic evidence. And at the end of the day, it comes down to whether or not you trust the establishment. If you trust the establishment, then sure, you can just take their word for it. But does that prove anything? And is it really that crazy to think secret societies might have reasons for faking a historical event like this? Keep in mind, by 1897, Kodak had already released easy handheld cameras. They were advertising them to middle-class families. You press a button, we do the rest. The tech was there. The excuse of exposure problems doesn't really hold up anymore. Okay, but if you guys want to get really deep for a second, what if this wasn't really a fair at all, but a transport hub, a relocation center, or literally these fairs were forced orientation camps for relocated populations after manufactured disasters? That would actually make sense of the whole passport system with photo IDs, which is way too advanced for just a fun fair ticket. Why did every visitor need their own photo ID when driver's license didn't even exist yet? That seems like it's for tracking. And this isn't a new idea. A lot of people in the alternative history community have noticed this pattern. You look at these photos of the World's Fair, and you see crowds being herded around like cattle, packed on trains, sitting on rooftops like it's nothing. It doesn't look like families going on vacation. It looks like they're forced to be there. Almost like Ellis Island, but inland. Now tie that to the incubator exhibits that they love to show off at these fairs. Baby incubators being presented as cutting-edge technology. What if these were re-education centers? Their way of saying, this is the new stock, the next generation. Here's how we'll raise them. Maybe these World's Fairs were less about entertainment and more about resetting populations, processing people into a new world order, handing them a new identity, a new history, and basically saying, welcome to your new society. Sounds crazy, but it actually makes way more sense than this ridiculous idea that Nashville pulled off a 6-month international exposition with 1.6 million visitors in 1897, tore it all down, and just left us with a handful of fake-looking photos and one leftover building. It's almost as if these fairs were teaching the new citizens how to live in this new society. The fairs weren't entertainment. They were machines for creating a new reality, a false illusion. Look, here's how it was literally promoted. This is a special edition of the Nashville American newspaper showing Lady Tennessee rising up out of the ashes of the war between the states in the Reconstruction period, leading the New South in the next century. She is literally a phoenix. And I noticed here it says ruin. So from the ruins, this new city rises. And I'm not sure what this bag is, but to me, it looks like an old camera with a strap. Why would you add that? Okay, so that's the Nashville World's Fair. Now let's dive into the history of Nashville a little bit and see how this all connects. Because if we can establish that there's something not adding up with the whole World's Fair narrative, then the next step is to question other aspects of Nashville's history. When we go back before the settlers ever showed up, the official story tells us that this land was the hunting ground of the Cherokee, Chickasaw, and Shawnee, and that it wasn't really heavily settled by any one group, more of a crossroads where tribes passed through. But then you start to hear about these massive mound sites just outside the city, places like the earthworks at Old Stone Fort, or the mounds at Mound Bottom on the Harpeth River, and according to the mainstream version, these were built by what they call the Mississippian culture between 800 and 1500 AD, basically long before Europeans. And the story goes that they built big ceremonial platform mounds for chiefs and temples, and then for some reason, the whole culture just kind of vanished right before the first settlers arrived, leaving behind these gigantic earthworks with no clear explanation. So the narrative is basically that Nashville wasn't a permanent home, just a convenient spot on the river with some leftover ruins from a mysterious vanished culture. But what was this vanished culture? Okay, so now we're going to talk about Old Stone Fort. And it's not really that well known, which is kind of wild considering how old and impressive it is. You'd think more people would be talking about it, but when I was looking into it, I saw very few blogs and comments that were saying the same thing, that hardly anyone knows about it. And when I went there myself, it was pretty much empty. It's kind of hidden in plain sight. But the mainstream story is that the Old Stone Fort isn't really a fort at all, but more of a ceremonial enclosure. They say it was built around 2,000 years ago by the woodland culture, and that it wasn't used for defense, but for rituals and gatherings. The long stone walls that stretch across the site supposedly weren't meant to keep people out, but to mark off a sacred space. And the museum plaques go with the idea that this was just one of many ritual sites that dotted the landscape back then, connected to the mound builders and earthwork traditions, rather than any kind of military stronghold. Okay, so this subject of the Old Stone Fort, to me, is honestly one of the wildest parts of this whole project. We've got a lot of strange things to get into, but this one in particular stands out. And I'm telling you, there's some kind of cover-up going on here, which explains why barely anyone has heard about this place. So when you first show up, there's this little museum tucked into the ground, and right away, you realize this is where they set the narrative, where they program you with the official version. But if you pay attention, they accidentally leave a few clues behind. The big push is that this is not a fortification, even though the name itself is literally Old Stone Fort. They want you to swallow that it's not a fort at all. No, really, then why is it called that in the first place? We'll get to that. But for now, the official line is that some unknown group 2,000 years ago, who they just lump under the blanket term woodland culture, randomly decide to build a ceremonial astrological earthwork, the kind of thing you'd expect to see in Ireland. And yet, supposedly, they didn't even live here. No real settlement, no city, nothing. So who were these people? Calling them woodland doesn't answer the question. It's not a culture, it's just an era, it's a label, a semantic trick to make it sound settled when really they have no idea who built it. And when you actually walk the site, it becomes clear this thing is massive. Close to 50 acres, with a back section where the stone walls run over 2,000 feet and reach 6 to 8 feet high. That's a number they give, but honestly it looks even larger in some spots. It's hard to tell because so much of it is buried under soil and trees. And in the museum, they've got this little scale model showing the mounds. But when you compare that to reality, the proportions are way off. The walls are way more imposing than the display suggests. And I'm sorry, I'm not buying their neat little storyboards about why archaeology is important. Like they know what they're talking about. These digs are tightly controlled, and anything that doesn't match the official narrative never makes it to the public. It's honestly laughable that they even pretend those stage boards are giving us the truth. They find pipes or arrowheads around the site, and somehow that proves who the builders were. Those could easily just belong to later groups who passed through. Settlers or native tribes who came into the region after the fact. Artifacts tells you someone was there, not who engineered 50 acres of stone walls. And there's another thing about this that's kind of weird, because as you walk along the mound path, you'll see all these stone ruins, and some of them are actually kind of impressive. But the official excuse is that settlers in the early 1800s just built a bunch of mills on top of the ancient walls. They don't bother to detail what kind of mills or why there are so many ruins clustered around, they just wave it off and leave it at that. And of course they throw in that the early settlers were naive. They thought it was a fort, but they were mistaken because they didn't understand the origins. Oh really, they didn't? Well, let's dig into that because that's where things get interesting. So I'm kind of shocked they even included this in the museum, but at the same time it makes perfect sense because they know people are going to stumble on this history eventually, so they bring it up just enough to brush it off like, oh, those silly settlers didn't know what they were talking about. Right, so they have this board in the museum that flat out says, why is it called Old Stone Fort? Which tells you this is probably the question they've gotten every single day. And here's the crazy part. They actually tell you the truth. But they do it in this sneaky way where they can control the framing. Basically saying that in the early 1800s, maybe even earlier, settlers came across this place and the Europeans did not believe Native Americans built it. Notice that phrasing there, did not believe, like it was an opinion. I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys were absolutely certain based on what they were seeing. But then the museum text flips it and says those settlers thought the enclosure was built by earlier expeditions of Europeans to protect themselves from Native Americans. So literally the opposite narrative. This was a fort to keep the native tribes out, not a ceremonial space for them. And it doesn't stop there. They list the myths right there on the board. Vikings, Welsh explorers, DeSoto soldiers, and even the lost tribe of Israel. And then they say, over the last few decades, archaeologists have verified that Native Americans of the Middle Woodland period built these wall mounds. Oh, case closed. Archaeologists got it all figured out. Right? For hundreds of years, everyone called this a fort. But no, they were all just mistaken. Nothing to see here, move along. They literally think you're dumb enough to buy that every early observer was just confused. But wait, it gets better. Because they actually show a copy of an 1824 map of Old Stone Fort's walls, and the thing is drawn like a castle, with walls and gates. How do you just mess that up? Oh, they imagined it. Got it. And even the old state historical sign used to mention the Welsh explorer story. But of course, they removed that. And the thing is, we've seen the same pattern at other sites. Fort Mountain, Georgia, the Moon-Eyed People, is the same cover-up story. While it was believed for hundreds of years to be a fortification, archaeologists have concluded it was ceremonial. Okay, sure, they can kind of get away with that for Fort Mountain because it's smaller, but it's honestly insane they were able to pull it off with Old Stone Fort. And here's why. There's just too much information written about it in the early 1800s to ignore. Like an actual paper trail of what people saw and thought back then. So let's go through some of it because it's about to get pretty wild. So let's just remember, the museum narrative today is that this was a ceremonial enclosure built by woodland culture 1500 to 2000 years ago. No defensive views, definitely not a fort, and they framed the early settlers as these naive guys who just called it a fort because they supposedly didn't understand ritual earthworks. The earliest detailed account goes back to 1810, a letter that ran in the Democratic Clarion and Tennessee Gazette out of Nashville. And this is crazy because it's an eyewitness writing down exactly what he saw. Not rumors, not hearsay. He walked the site and described it in detail. And he doesn't call it an enclosure or a mound. He straight up calls it a stone fort or fortification. Multiple times. Now here's what blows my mind. Why is this not in the museum? I mean, this is the first written description of Old Stone Fort. You'd think it'd be front and center. But instead, what do they give us? One tiny board that just says the settlers thought it was a fort and they were wrong. And that's it. And even if you look online, the only place that even talks about this letter is the Duck River Agency. And all they say is that it mentions the entrance walls and a canal. That's it. They don't give you the whole thing. They don't walk you through what that guy actually wrote. There are a few websites out there that do question what Old Stone Fort really is, calling it mysterious. Some say maybe it was built by someone else, maybe Europeans, but none of them actually give you the first real printed descriptions that we have of this place. And that's where things get interesting. The newspaper itself is old and damaged and very hard to read, but I went through it line by line and transcribed the full thing so we can finally see it in the way it was originally written. Now, I'm not going to read every single word here because it's long, but I'll put it on the screen, I'll show you the screenshots of the original so that you can pause and read it yourself if you want to. So let's break this down, because what we've got here is an eyewitness not only calling it a stone fort, but describing it as way more massive and impressive than what we see today. He talks about pillars, parallel walls, a canal, and the bluffs themselves being used as natural defenses. He's describing a full military-style design, not some vague ceremonial ground. This is the first description ever written down, and it doesn't line up with the museum story at all. The first thing that stands out in this newspaper account is that the guy opens right away calling it a stone fort or fortification, and he doesn't say it once, he repeats it several times as he goes along. This was someone who actually walked it, measured it, and wrote down what he saw. The details are very specific. He describes pillars at the entrance with two parallel walls running inside for a stretch and then making a sharp turn. He talks about the bluffs on either side serving as walls. He points out a valley ditch cutting through and even mentions what looks like a canal running between the river forks. He's describing defensive features. That's what he saw when it was still standing taller and clearer than it is today. He also gives numbers, saying about 35 acres inside the walls and 100 acres between the forks, with the walls in places reaching up to 10 feet in height. And that's in 1810, before another 2 centuries of erosion and trees and roots covering everything up. So we're getting this record of the fort when it was in way better shape, and it's detailed enough that you can actually picture it as a functioning stronghold, not some mound in the woods. And then he makes his point about the purpose. He says it couldn't have been for refuge because the land around was barren and couldn't support that many people. So he rules that out, and instead, he says the most reasonable explanation is that the place was built to secure a treasure. A treasure? What kind of treasure? So the first description of Old Stone Fort that was ever printed isn't talking about ceremonies or solstices or anything like that. It's talking about a massive fortified complex built to guard something valuable that was hidden there. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Because after laying out the walls and the entrance, he starts building this theory that maybe there was a reason for all of it, and he points straight to the ground itself, saying that there are heavy deposits of metal here. And that changes everything, because if metallurgy is involved, then the whole woodland culture ceremony story falls apart. He writes that at the falls there's an inexhaustible quantity of copperous ore strongly impregnated with alum, stretching along the bluff. And that's a big deal because copperous is iron sulfate, which was used back then for dyeing cloth, making ink, tanning leather, and alum was used for tanning and fixing dyes too, even for medicine. So these were important industrial materials. And he goes so far as to speculate that if the process of extracting and separating them was properly understood, this one site alone could supply the Western world. That's how much he thought was here. But then he adds that the demand for those materials wouldn't have been enough to justify the massive works of the fort. So he rules out the idea that it was just a mine, which means there had to be something more to it. And then he describes something even stranger. Because opposite of the copperous deposits in the river bottom, he says there's a body of a mysterious black rock with veins of ore that look like rich metal when they're pulled out. And he says when you put it to fire, it doesn't melt down into usable metal. It just gets consumed or evaporated. And he admits that he can't identify it, but he suggests that if a proper chemical search was made, maybe something valuable could be extracted from it. And by the time he wraps up his letter, he makes it clear where he stands. The place is way too big and too strong to be some kind of refuge. He rules that out. He also looks at the copperous and alum deposits and says that couldn't justify such a massive construction either. And in his own words, he calls it the most reasonable conjecture that it was built to secure some great treasure. And what really stands out is what he doesn't say. He never once mentions ceremony or ritual. It's not even on his radar. The whole ceremonial enclosure idea didn't exist in 1810. That came later when archaeology rewrote the story. But for the people standing there at that time, looking at the walls and the layout, the only way they could make sense of it was as a fortress, guarding something valuable. And right after that, he notes that settlers were already planning mills, ironworks, tanneries, and a distillery right on this land, because even then it was seen as industrially valuable, not ceremonial, not symbolic, tied directly to resources in the ground. Remember what the museum said? These people during the early 1800s were just confused, right? Well, let's look at another reference. From John Haywood's 1823 book, The Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee. Keep in mind, while many will dismiss Haywood as promoting the civilized mound builder theory, I never hear historians actually discuss some of the findings and evidence presented in the book. I mean, John Haywood is considered to be the father of Tennessee history. So what does he have to say about the stone fort? He flat out calls it the stone fort, and he gives a very detailed description of it. Not a vague outline. He says it sits between two forks of Duck River and covers about 30 to 35 acres. The walls are made of stone, and in some places are 16 to 30 feet thick at the base and 4 to 5 feet wide on the top. He describes gateways, ditches, excavations, bluffs being used as natural walls, and he even mentions stone buildings inside. So this is not a ceremonial earth enclosure like the museum wants you to picture. This is a serious structure. And he also notes that when Captain Eastland plowed through the land inside the fort, he turned up a piece of a glass bowl and a carved stone. And Haywood specifically says the workmanship was superior to anything made by the Indians. Which is huge because it tells us straight up they were thinking about that question 200 years ago. They were asking who built this, and they were not convinced that the tribes living there at the time were capable of doing this. They looked at the evidence in their hands and said, nope, that doesn't line up. This looks like the work of somebody else entirely. Then he adds that when they cut down a tree that was growing out of one of the fort's walls in 1819, it had 357 rings, meaning the wall had been standing for many centuries before settlers even got there. And he also mentions that a lot of the stone in the wall was slate copperous ore, which ties right back into that mineral and industry angle we talked about earlier from that newspaper account. But Haywood doesn't stop there. He uses this to start building a much bigger case. He talks about other fortifications across Tennessee. He brings up skeletons of a giant race found near Sparta that were said to be 7 feet tall. He mentions Roman coins being found on the Elk River. Coins of Antoninus from the year 137 AD, coins of Commodus, even a Richard III medal, all of which he believed pointed to contact with the old world. And he links it all together by saying there must have been a civilized race here long before the tribes that were living in Tennessee. A people who had masonry, metallurgy, and left behind bricks, coins, and tools. Haywood even takes it a step further. He's talking about the giant skeletons near Sparta, and he straight up says that they were probably Scythians. Which is fascinating because Tartaria was ancient Scythia according to many old maps. So here, the so-called father of Tennessee history in 1823 is literally suggesting that the builders of these massive works in Tennessee weren't Indians at all, but a branch of a lost race of Scythian Tartarians. Then he adds to this with strange artifacts, like a circular stone owned by a General Koch in Granger County, about 3 inches across, perfectly smooth and polished, carved with indentations on both sides like it had been made for the hand. And he said it must have been cut with an iron or steel tool. And he describes another one in a Nashville ladies collection, made of glittering white stone, just as perfectly carved, and another one taken from a mound in Maury County, a perfectly globular polished stone, painted with unfading dyes, and made of material not native to Tennessee, which he says must have been brought from abroad. And none of that fits the idea of a woodland culture with no metallurgy and no foreign contact. These are precision artifacts that he's saying were cut with metal instruments. And then comes maybe the most shocking part, because Haywood includes accounts of mummies found in Tennessee caves, not native skeletons like the museum would have you believe, but actual preserved bodies with very different features. He talks about a skeleton near Carthage with yellow hair, another in White County wrapped in a feather mantle with fine yellow hair, and then a sealed cave on the Cumberland River where they found 3 bodies, a man, woman, and child sitting in cane baskets with fair white complexions, blue eyes, auburn hair, and fine delicate stature about the same size as European settlers of Haywood's time. The man was wrapped in 14 deer skins with bark woven blankets around them, and he makes it clear these did not belong to the Indians of the present day. So when you really go through Haywood's book, you see that it's not just him repeating some mound builder myth, he's actually stacking evidence. Old Stone Fort is described as a fortress with massive stone walls, artifacts cut with metal tools and made of foreign stone, Roman coins and medals showing up in the rivers nearby, and even mummies with fair skin and blue eyes found in caves. And when you put it all together, it paints a picture completely different than the museum's ceremonial narrative. It shows that in the early 1800s, the people closest to these discoveries believed Tennessee had once been home to a lost and very different race who built strongholds like Old Stone Fort and left behind physical evidence that still doesn't add up today. Now let's talk about the maps. First, let's start with what the museum says, because on the plaque, it calls this a 50-acre enclosure, and the way they present it is that the whole outer mound wall is the Old Stone Fort. And if you look at the 3D model they have, it shows the same thing but clearer, which is helpful because the old maps don't line up with this version. The older account actually says about 32 acres, and they show a wall going right through the middle of this area. The earliest map is the Donison map from 1819, and while it's a little rough to make out, you can still see the layout. Then in 1821, Raffinesque draws another map, and this one makes it very obvious. The wall isn't just around the outside like the museum shows today, it's cutting across the center of the fort itself, dividing the space, and that's a very different picture. And by 1848, we get the version published in Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley by Squire and Davis. And once again, the map shows the wall going through the middle, which means this wasn't a one-off error or imagination. Multiple independent surveys were recording the same thing, but today that dividing wall is nowhere to be found. And Squire and Davis don't just give us the map, they also add some very interesting details in their description of the site. Details that don't really match how the museum presents it now. So Squire and Davis come along in 1848, and this is interesting because this is the very first publication of the Smithsonian Institution. And they don't put Old Stone Fort under ceremonial sites. No, they put it under defensive works. They describe an enclosure of about 32 acres, not 50, with walls 16 feet thick at the base, narrowing to 5 feet on top, and standing 8 to 10 feet tall, built from stones gathered all across the surrounding country, and in some places reinforced with a layer of earth 1 to 2 feet thick. At the north entrance, they record 2 conical stone mounds that may have served as watchtowers, and just behind that entrance they describe 2 separate stone buildings, one 16 feet square, the other 10. Rough stone, but deliberate construction. Now remember what the museum says. They wave off the stone ruins around the site as mills from the 1800s. But these are stone structures inside the wall, mapped in 1848 as part of the original work. And they're not mills. They're a part of a fortified complex. They also note ditches on the south side, one 20 feet wide and 6 to 8 feet deep, and another even bigger, 70 to 80 feet wide and up to 30 feet deep. The material from those ditches was likely thrown onto the walls, but the ditches themselves acted as moats, another defensive feature. And some observers at the time thought there were passages with steps leading down to Duck River, so the people inside could still get water if they were under attack. And then they come right out and say it. The whole thing was chosen with a military eye. That's not my phrase. That's the Smithsonian's. They also point out that within a mile of the fort are two massive oblong mounds, 20 to 25 feet high, 80 to 100 feet long, built with the same precision as other ancient works and covered with full-grown forest trees. So we're not talking about anything recent here. So compare that to the museum store today. Ceremonial enclosure, 50 acres, no defensive use. But the Smithsonian Founding Survey says 32 acres, towers, stone buildings, walls, moats, water access, and a military layout. Now I want to bring up something interesting, because it's not just me digging around in old newspapers here. Academics have actually studied this place and written about it, and the only one that I could really find is C. Ward Weems. He put out a piece through the Duck River Agency, and he does exactly what you'd expect from a modern archaeologist. He acknowledges all the old sources, but immediately neutralizes them. So for example, Mitchell in 1810 calls it a canal. Donison in 1819 calls it a ditch. Dr. Stith in 1820 talks about it in his address. Rafinesque maps it in 1821. Joachim in 1845 shows it, and Squire and Davis mention it in 1848. So we're talking about 6 different independent accounts all describing the same feature. But Weems says, well, it couldn't have held water because one end is 20 or 30 feet above the river today, so it's just a ditch, not a canal. Okay, fine, maybe it didn't carry water in the way Mitchell imagined, but that doesn't take away the fact that it's still a massive trench running along the back of the wall. In some places 70 or 80 feet wide and 20 to 30 feet deep, which is exactly what you'd expect from a defensive earthwork. So instead of asking why it's there, Weems just downgrades it to ceremonial, which to me doesn't make any sense, because who's cutting a 30-foot deep trench for ceremony? He even brings up Alexander Coxus in 1870, who described an ancient stone dam that might have backed up water into the canal. But when Coxus went back later, he couldn't find it again, so Weems dismisses it. But think about that. If a dam really was there and later destroyed or eroded, then Mitchell's Canal makes sense after all. That's the problem with the way modern archaeology handles this. They take the present-day river elevation and project it backwards as if the landscape never changed, when even the early accounts noticed erosion changing the site profile. And what Weems doesn't really acknowledge is the bigger picture, that the ditch lines up perfectly with what you'd expect from a fortification. Ditches next to walls, moats cut deep for defense, passages leading to the river. All of that matches what Haywood described, what Squire and Davis recorded, what the early maps show. The consistency is overwhelming, and yet the museum today won't even mention the ditch on their plaques, let alone call it a defensive feature. The official cover-up happened in 1966, when the University of Tennessee comes in and runs formal excavations. They radiocarbon dated the site to somewhere between 80 and 550 AD. They say the walls were built of river stone faced with earth, and they reframed the whole thing as ceremonial, with the entrance aligned to the solstice, and that becomes the official baseline we're given today. The state encyclopedia even says those older ideas of Vikings, Welsh, DeSoto, or lost tribes were shattered by these 66 excavations. So just like that, 150 years of calling this a fort, including the Smithsonian's own first publication, gets wiped away and replaced with ceremonial enclosure. End of story. And the thing is, the giant stories never really went away. Haywood wrote in 1823 about skeletons in this very region, the Duck and Elk River valleys, and he wasn't vague. He said they were 7 feet tall and up, found in stone graves and caves near Sparta, just a short ride from Old Stone Fort. The Cherokee Phoenix even ran a piece in 1828 talking about skeletons from 7 to 9 feet in White County, which again is the same area. By the late 1800s, you see it in the newspapers too. Locals are still finding jawbones that didn't fit a normal face, thigh bones that reach past a man's knee, skulls that slipped over a full-grown man's head. And some of these were dug right out of mounds and old walls around Nashville and Duck River. It wasn't a fringe idea. People genuinely thought there was a race of giants buried under these Tennessee earthworks, and Old Stone Fort was right in the middle of that conversation. Now, whether giants built Old Stone Fort or not, there is something about this place that feels magical. So as you're walking the trail, there's this spot where you can drop down to the water near the waterfalls, and there's even a sign that says above wall and below wall. I tried to film it so you can get a sense of the scale, but it's kind of hard to see where it ends, so we went down by the waterfall, and I'm just looking around at these rock formations, and you tell me what you think. Because some of these boulders by the river look like slabs, they're layered like brickwork, and sure, maybe you could argue that's natural. But then, if you keep walking down towards the big fall, when you face it and look to the left, there's a section of the wall that's clearly man-made. It's an old stone wall. And the thing is, they'll probably tell you that this is one of the mills, but it doesn't look like that. It's buried into the mound itself, and it looks way older. In standing at that waterfall, I realized the water's coming straight out from inside the earth, which makes me think it's hollow under there. And then right at the base, I noticed something crazy. Fine, precise stonework, almost too perfect. And yeah, maybe it could be natural, but to me it looks advanced. And if you look carefully, you see these cube-like formations, straight edges, right angles. You can't miss it. And again, I'll admit, yes, that does happen in nature sometimes. But here we're talking about whether this really is an ancient fortress. And when you've got these man-made walls right next to geometric stone blocks at a waterfall that's pouring out of the earth, I mean, it makes you wonder. What's funny is they say all those mills that were here were wooden. The plaque even shows a sad photo of a little wooden hut. Yet you walk around the site and there are these heavy stone ruins that don't match at all. They're much more impressive. They look older, and it makes you question if they're really just mills or if they're a part of something much bigger that's been written off. Okay, so now that I've broken that down and you've seen some of the area, there's still a lot more here that we could look at. But from here, I want to go back to that board in the museum I mentioned earlier, because I was honestly surprised they even put this engraving up. But let's be real, the museum doesn't really provide much information on the original surveys or the history of the fort, which is strange because they easily could. Instead, they give you this one board with one map. And this is actually a rare map. I haven't seen anyone talk about it, and Weems only does so briefly. But let's talk about it. The way they frame it's pretty dismissive. The caption just says like, "This 1824 map imagines the Old Stone Fort's wall as a castle with high rock walls and gates." And that's it. No context, no author, no explanation, just look at this silly old map. But here's the thing. It's not just some random drawing. This is an actual engraved plate published in 1824 in Stockholm by a Swedish nobleman named Axel Leonhard Klinkelstrom. He traveled through the US in the late 1810s, documented what he saw, and when he went back home, he published a book of letters with an atlas of engravings. One of those plates was this exact piece, titled Ruins of an Old Fort in the State of Tennessee. It was engraved by C. Muller, intended to be clear and precise, meant to show Europeans what America's ancient ruins look like. So when the museum brushes it off as just imagining a castle, that's not really the story. Klinkelstrom wasn't imagining anything. He was documenting, and he chose to present Old Stone Fort as a fortress ruin, with walls and gates, with the falls as part of his design. This wasn't a local farmer mistaking piles of dirt. This was a European traveler publishing one of the first printed maps of the site and calling it exactly what it looks like, a fort. And to me, it's really telling that the museum doesn't bother to give you the context, because once you actually know what this engraving is and where it came from, it stops looking like a fantasy and starts looking like a serious early testimony that the Old Stone Fort was always understood as a fortification. So I tried looking into Klinkelstrom's original source material, his actual letters from America, and the thing is, I couldn't find anywhere where he specifically talks about Tennessee or this fort. His atlas is where the engraving shows up. And that's what makes it so strange. Like, out of all the things he saw in America, he chose to publish a detailed engraving of Old Stone Fort? Why? It's not like he was doodling. This was a part of an official atlas he put together when he got back to Europe, showing ruins, cities, maps, and it was all meant to tell people what America was really like. So why did this site make the cut? Why did he present it as a fortress with walls and gates? There has to be a story there. Either someone told him about it, or he passed through the area and knew his reputation, or maybe it was already famous enough as a ruin to be worth including. But that's the point. There's a mystery here, and the museum totally sidesteps it. They just show the engraving and laugh it off as an imaginative picture, when in reality it's one of the first published European depictions of the place. And this is where I have to bring up Weems, because he does mention Klinkelstrom's map in his article, and instead he basically says we can't take it seriously because it doesn't show the back entrance or the ditch the way later surveys did, and that's his entire argument, that Klinkelstrom must have been wrong because he didn't capture those features. But that's not proof of anything. Absence doesn't equal imagination. Maybe he didn't have time to map every detail. Maybe he was working from a sketch. Maybe he just highlighted what he thought was most striking, the massive front walls and towers. But that doesn't erase the fact that he deliberately engraved it as a fortification. If anything, it shows how selective Weems is being, because he'll lean on Donaldson or Squire and Davis when they describe it as a ditch or canal. But as soon as someone presents the site as a more advanced fortress than the current narrative allows, suddenly it doesn't count. Suddenly it's just imagination. That's cherry picking, because you can't claim to be building a complete picture of Old Stone Fort while deliberately ignoring one of the earliest and most detailed engravings ever published of it. Okay, so you see this little area? This river to the left is Duck River. And on Klinkelstrom's map, it actually includes the waterfalls, which means I can show you exactly where I took that video. We were standing right here. That's Big Falls, the exact spot where I filmed the Old Stone Wall. And that waterfall that looks like it's coming straight out of the earth, that's where this entrance was. And that's also where I saw those geometric rock formations that looked like layered stones. Now, if this was really a fort, then it was insane. And it makes total sense why those early surveyors were blown away by it. And if you look closer at the map, he even includes the watchtower pillars at the entrance and those stone buildings. But another thing I find interesting is not one of these early accounts mention anything about this structure being aligned with the solstice. And that would be something they would look into, because a lot of these early researchers, like Haywood, were paying attention to mound sites and making comparisons. So if there was some big solar alignment at Old Stone Fort, you'd think they'd mention it. But they don't. Not in 1810, not in 1819, not in 1823, not in 1848. Nobody talks about a solstice sunrise. They talk about walls and gates and canals and fortifications. So this whole solar temple angle only really shows up after the 1966 excavation when the narrative shifts. And when you really think about it, the solstice claim feels kind of thin because it's based on one feature, the front entrance. While the rest of the site is massive, 50 acres with ditches, canals, and natural bluffs used as barriers, are we supposed to believe all that was built just to line up one gate with the sunrise one day a year? And even though it's not perfect, their own documents say it's within a fraction of a degree, but depending on where you stand, how the horizon looks, and how erosion has changed things over 2,000 years, you could probably make the same claim about a lot of structures. So what really is Old Stone Fort? I'd honestly like to hear other people's thoughts on this, especially if you're from the area, because I haven't really seen anyone push back on the museum like this, and I think these are some solid questions. Are we just supposed to take the archaeologist's word for it and never question it? Or is there more to this story that's being ignored? My opinion is, I think this was a massive ancient stone fort, and there's a reason they would want to cover it up. Because if that truth got out, it would completely break the neat little box they put American history into. It would prove there was an advanced civilization here long before the settlers and long before the tribes we know today. A civilization capable of building defensive works that even in the 1800s people looked at that and said, yeah, this is more advanced than anything we're building right now. Remember, these are early accounts talking about stone walls 8 to 10 feet high running for thousands of feet, parallel entrances, canals, stone buildings, And when they cut down the trees in 1819, they counted rings going back centuries. So we're talking about something that had been abandoned for ages. That's infrastructure. That's planning. That's engineering. And if that's the case, then the entire narrative that we've been sold about who was here and what they were capable of goes out the window. And maybe that's exactly why the story had to be flipped in the 1960s into a solstice temple, because the alternative is too disruptive to the version of history they want us to believe. I did want to mention one last thing. In that Squire and Davis book, Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley from 1848, right after they go over Old Stone Fort, they add this little detail. They say, quote, "Numerous other defensive works are represented to exist in Tennessee, but very few of them have been surveyed and described. In Bedford County, there is a stonework of considerable size, the walls of which are said to be from 16 to 20 feet wide at the base, and 4 to 5 feet wide on the top. Other works adjoin it. It is generally believed to have been erected by DeSoto, but in 1819, an oak tree standing on the wall was cut down, which exhibited 357 annual layers, and must consequently have been 78 years old when DeSoto landed in Florida." End quote. Now just think about that for a second, because what they're saying is Old Stone Fort wasn't even unique. There were other stone fortifications in Middle Tennessee, some of them with walls 20 feet thick, and they were old enough that when they cut down a tree growing on top of the wall in 1819, the rings went back almost 4 centuries. So there's no way this was a recent thing or anything tied to the colonial period. And yet, we never hear about these other sites today. They've basically vanished from the conversation, just like the early accounts of Old Stone Fort. And to me, that says there's a whole chapter of Tennessee's past that's been intentionally pushed aside. Which Haywood mentions this as well, and I was reading through this book and I came across this really weird section. He starts talking about what he calls poisonous tracts of land in Tennessee. And this isn't just folklore. He describes in detail how in certain areas, when cattle grazed their milk, it would literally turn poisonous. If you drank it, you'd get sick and die. If you butchered the cow and ate the meat, it would kill you too. Even the dogs, buzzards, raccoons, and possums that fed on the carcasses dropped dead. Whole herds wiped out in these patches of land. And he says the symptoms were so specific, you could even tell by the greenish cream and smell of the milk. And the craziest part is he says one of these poison zones was along the Duck River in Bedford and Franklin counties, the exact same river system that the Old Stone Fort is built on. And in Sequatchie Valley, it got so bad that entire coves had to be fenced off by law in the 1850s to keep cattle out. Literally, the legislature had to pass an act because they couldn't figure out the cause, just admitting the land itself was poison. Now, today, the mainstream will tell you this was just white snake root, a weed with a toxin that passes into milk and meat, and sure, that explains some cases of this milk sickness. But in Haywood's book, he isn't describing a weed. He's describing whole landscapes where the very soil and rock seemed poisonous, where slate would blaze in fire, where sulfur and bitumen mixed in the hills, and he seems to tie it to specific geology. That doesn't sound like snake root. And in the same book, he's talking about Old Stone Fort and bringing up the possibility of metallurgy, strange ores, and even that black rock that looked like rich metals when burned. So what if this so-called poison land was from the ground itself, from mining activity, or smelting, or some kind of chemical runoff from ancient metallurgy? If this area was being used for industry, the soil and water could have absorbed the toxins, which would explain why animals feeding there got poisoned. Later in the book, Haywood is essentially laying out his belief that there was an advanced civilization living in this area, right along the Duck River. He's not vague about it either. He points to very specific finds, coins, tools, furnaces, and evidence of metallurgy, and ties them directly to the same rivers and counties where Old Stone Fort is on. He obviously didn't think this was a ceremonial site. He was kind of implying a bigger picture showing that this area had ancient commerce, technology, and contact far beyond what anyone admits today. Then he brings up the Bedford County Axe, which if this is true shatters the woodland era builders theory. In 1812, Some men cut down a massive poplar tree on Garrison Fork of Duck River, over 5 feet thick, and inside, near the heartwood, they found the old mark of an axe. The chop had been made when the tree was just a sapling, centuries earlier. If the tree was 400 years when it was cut down, then that axe blow was struck long before Columbus or DeSoto ever set foot in America. Haywood takes this as proof that the people here were working with metal axes, either iron or hardened copper, long before Europeans. And he talks about silver buttons with deer and hounds engraved on them, dozens plowed up in Lincoln County, a furnace with coal and ash dug up in Davidson County in 1794, brass coins with Minerva iconography found near Murfreesboro. Haywood is showing this as evidence that a civilized, technologically skilled people had once lived and worked in this very region, the same Duck River system as Old Stone Fort. He talks about a skeleton found near Sparta that was buried with a necklace or chain made of over 200 ivory beads, and he points out the style was strikingly similar to ornaments from India and even connects it to Hebrew jewelry described in the Bible. Haywood says the material itself had to be foreign, real ivory, which means there was trade or outside contact. And what's wild is his final conclusion is that this was evidence of a people in Tennessee who were actually descendants of the Scythians and Goths from Roman times who had made their way into America. I actually have more to say about Haywood. There is some crazy stuff in that book and some other interesting sites in the area, but we're going to save that for a later section. Okay, now let's move on to the first supposed European settlers in the area. We're told the first non-native contact around here traces back to Hernando de Soto and his guys showing up looking for gold and land for Spain. Apparently they came right through East Tennessee, near an old creek-related town called Coosa. Historians still argue over the exact route. Every map is different. But most agree he came down through the mountains following river valleys. One of the Coosa settlements was literally called Little Egypt by archaeologists, which is interesting on its own, but the story we're given about De Soto just marching through hundreds of Indian cities across what should have been wilderness feels way too clean. We're told these native towns just welcomed the Spaniards in, fed them, housed them, let them stay for weeks. That might sound believable until you read the same sources describing them kidnapping guides, feeding people to dogs, burning villages on the way out, and somehow they still get invited to the next one. The Battle of Malvila supposedly killed 6,000 Indians against 600 Spaniards, which is an impossible ratio unless the numbers are exaggerated propaganda. Even if they had steel and horses, there's no way that many coordinated fights across that much territory could be happening with no collapse of their own supply line. And that supply line is where the story really falls apart. We're told they had 240 horses, dozens of dogs, and even a moving herd of pigs they used as a walking food bank. They had no resupply ports, just whatever corn and acorns they stole from towns they'd just burned. So picture it, armored conquistadors, horses, pigs, dogs, servants, slaves, all marching through Appalachian forest, somehow surviving for years. Just doesn't add up. And remember, we only have 3 main sources for any of this: Oviedo's version, or Rangel's diary, Viedma's shorter report, and the Gentleman of Elvis, an anonymous memoir published years later. Rangel was De Soto's secretary, so everything went through layers of editing. The details between them don't line up, and you can tell parts were cleaned up for royal approval. Elvis writes about chiefs who empty their own houses over 20 barns full of corn, calling De Soto their brother. And almost every chief does the same speech, word for word. It doesn't feel like reporting. In the same chapter, he says villagers at Guasili gifted them 300 dogs to eat. 300 from a single mountain town? Even if each household had 2, that's 150 houses worth of livestock in one meal. That would be impossible unless these towns were much larger than what we're told. They also say the Spaniards brought their own Irish wolfhounds and greyhounds, so now they're marching through forest with war dogs, eating other dogs, and feeding horses and pigs with dogs. So one moment everyone's calling each other brothers, next they're at war, they're burning villages and taking captives, but somehow always invited to dinner by the next chief. Then there's a part where there's a drought, and so they plant a cross and God sends a storm, which is clearly Catholic propaganda, a way to justify the mission. Right before that, there's this miracle translator, Juan Ortiz, who magically appears in the wilderness speaking the right languages. Oh, convenient timing. And there's one part where Elvis says there was a town where they were fed bear butter, walnut oil, and honey in gourds. They even note the honey was never seen again in the whole country. There were no European honeybees in North America yet, so what bees are they talking about? The only native ones that made honey like that were stingless tropical bees used by the Maya, which would mean long-distance trade from Central America. That completely breaks their own storyline of these being isolated mountain chiefdoms with no outside contact. Then there's this pearl story. The soldier carrying 6 pounds of pearls as big as hazelnuts. He got really tired and threw them away on the mountain, which was supposed to show his foolishness, but it sounds more like a moral lesson than something that actually happened on a military march. Pearls that size would mean there were massive fisheries running somewhere in the rivers here. Yet there's no sign of that. No piles of shells or trade debris. It just kind of reads like a parable that got folded into the history. They also seem to have the miracle of navigation, somehow pinpointing islands and towns with perfect accuracy across rivers and ridges without maps. Modern historians admit they're guessing the route. Even Charles Hudson's map is stitched together from vague leagues in the text. So the supposed GPS level certainty is just later reconstruction. A single interpreter doesn't explain that, especially if they're fighting every tribe they meet. And then there's the population. They describe hundreds of thriving towns full of thousands of people, elaborate food stores, trade goods like pearls and honey. But by the 1700s, explorers claim Tennessee was empty hunting ground. We're told disease wiped everyone out, 95% gone. But that number comes from later estimates, not eyewitnesses. So how advanced were these towns really? And where did everyone go? Even the archaeology can't match the scale the Spaniards bragged about. And finally, they all just vanish. DeSoto dies, buried in the river, and the survivors just drift away. No campsites, no grave, no trail of metal armor or pig bones to mark 4 years of marching. Yes, there are scattered Spanish-looking artifacts across the southeast, but few in Tennessee itself, and none that prove this exact story. Some of those metals might not even be Spanish. They could come from older metallurgical cultures. Maybe the same people who built the stone forts and mound complexes long before Europeans. The DeSoto story feels like a legend to cover up that the Spanish were investigating whatever towns were thriving during this time, which seemed to be Creek and Cherokee towns. Around the same period, the Spanish world was buzzing with tales of rich inland kingdoms, the 7 cities of Cibola, the island of California from the story of Esplandian, and rumors of gold cities hidden beyond the Gulf. It feels like DeSoto's march to the southeast was part of that same obsession, the search for lost wealth in ancient cities that the crown couldn't admit actually existed here. If they found advanced towns with architecture or metallurgy that didn't fit the narrative of primitive tribes, it makes sense they'd bury that under a story of conquest and divine mission. The next contact happens in 1682, when French explorer La Salle comes down the Mississippi, claiming the whole river for France. Somewhere along the Chickasaw Bluffs, one of his men disappears. So they stop, and they say they build a quick wooden fort called Fort Protem. That's supposed to be the first European structure in West Tennessee, but nobody agrees on where it actually was. Some say the first bluff near Memphis, others say further upriver. Every historian puts it somewhere different. The fort never shows up again in records. No ruins, nothing, so who knows if it was real or perhaps it was a fort that was already there. Then about 30 years later, French traders start showing up around the Big Salt Spring, and this is what later would become downtown Nashville. By around 1710, they're running traps and trading at a place called French Lick. And by the 1760s, there's this French-Canadian guy named Timothy Demonbron. The locals pronounce it Demonbrian. It's spelled demon though. And he's supposedly storing up supplies in this cave on the river. The cave is still there supposedly. It's named after him. So the French were in what would become Nashville since the early 1700s. And this demon guy is remembered as the first resident of the city. But it's hard to know how much of that's real, and it's not really clear what they were living in. It's implied they must have been living in like log cabins or something. But finally in 1779, we get this Fort Nashborough. They aren't really clear about that because I highly doubt this is what they were living in or being used for military defense. So they've been here for 100 years now, technically, and we have nothing left. The one downtown is just a replica that's been rebuilt a few times over the years. I don't really see how something like that could have been a real trading post. And keep in mind, New Orleans was founded in 1718, so it's not hard to imagine there was already a lot more happening here than the story lets on. The French were building full cities along the Mississippi at this point, running trade routes that reached all the way up through the interior. So it doesn't make sense that this spot, sitting right on the river system, would have just been an empty campsite. So the story of Nashville kind of starts with Fort Nashborough, which again we have no remains of, and it just kind of disappears. The original was said to have 20 log cabins, but the site itself has like 6 different names: Fort Bluff, Bluff Station, French Lick Fort, etc. And again, there were traders here going back to 1689. They don't even know who founded this fort. It's between James Robertson, who led a party over the mountains, or John Donaldson, who brought several families down the rivers in a fleet of boats. The problem is, the timelines and logistics don't match. Robertson's group supposedly arrives first in late 1779, after crossing over land through the coldest winter they'd ever seen, and then they start building the fort. Donaldson's group, meanwhile, gets stuck in ice on the Tennessee River, attacked by Cherokee war parties, detours through Kentucky, then somehow makes it upstream against the current of the Ohio and Cumberland rivers in flatboats that were built to go downstream. It's a near impossible journey, like they're turning this into some pioneer epic. And then they have this whole Battle of the Bluffs story, where a group of Chickamauga Cherokee attacked and lured the men out and almost wiped everyone out. But the women inside let the hunting dogs out and saved the day. That's kind of a weird story. And what's with this dragon canoe guy? He shows up all over Tennessee's history. And every time I see his name, I think that's a really weird name. He's basically the central figure in almost every frontier era Indian attack story from the 1770s and 1780s. Seems made up or a cover up in some way, because while he's being remembered as the enemy of the settlers, he's also setting up land negotiations and trade with them. The Chickamauga were supposed to be this breakaway faction of the Cherokee, but they were still operating along the main river routes where all the trading was happening. It's almost as if they were being used to play both sides, the official enemy on paper, but maybe also a middle layer in whatever was really going on. Then there's Buchanan Station in 1792. which is always shown as this little blockhouse that somehow fought off a massive night attack. The story says a few dozen settlers held back hundreds of Chickamauga warriors led by John Watts and Doublehead. But there's barely any physical proof that such a big battle happened here. No solid casualty numbers, no artifacts, nothing but secondhand accounts written years later. Oh, and another thing. So the French Lick is strange because apparently everyone who came here did so because of this salt spring. But as I was looking into it, the same French Lick, this name shows up later with these old hotels that were built around mineral springs, like the French Lick Springs Hotel over in Indiana. They were bottling and selling this water as medicine, claiming it cured everything from arthritis to depression. So maybe the early settlers or even the French traders knew there was something special about the water here, and the knowledge just got repackaged later as health resorts. So yeah, there were a bunch of people in this area before the 1800s, and in fact, most of them are buried beneath downtown Nashville, paved over as the city expanded. Every time a new building goes up, they dig into another set of bones. They literally call it a necropolis. And look, we're building up to something here. There's a reason I'm going over all this, because right after this point in history, we start to see Nashville's progress in this strange, rapid way that does not match the timeline we're told. So from about 1780, right after the whole Fort Nashborough chapter, Nashville supposedly grows from a handful of log cabins into this booming river town in just a few decades. By the 1820s, it's being called the Athens of the South, which is wild when you think about how they were still fighting off attacks and living behind stockade walls a generation earlier. Where did all that knowledge, engineering, and money come from so fast? Then you've got the War of 1812, which they say put Nashville on the map because of Andrew Jackson. But even that story feels a little too convenient. Suddenly, this tiny frontier outpost turns into a strategic military hub. Jackson comes back a hero, and overnight, Nashville is the patriotic heart of the new nation. They don't really explain how the small river fort town had the manpower, weapons, and infrastructure to pull that off. It's just presented like it happened because of grit and luck. Right? This old Hickory story doesn't really add up. They say he gathered all these tough frontiersmen from Tennessee. But where? There was less than 300 people in Nashville at the time. Where did this army suddenly come from? And Nashville wasn't even a battlefield. There was no big fort or barracks there, just a small river town. Yet somehow, it becomes the rally point for Jackson's forces like it was some kind of established military hub. Keep in mind, Jackson, a Freemason, becoming a Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Tennessee in 1823, was married into a politically connected family, the Donaldsons, the same family tied to the founding of Nashville. Okay, but let's talk about that. Because why in what's supposed to be a frontier town is there already a Grand Lodge of Tennessee? That alone does not make sense in Nashville if it was still cabins and muddy roads. The Grand Lodge was officially chartered in 1813, which is just a few decades after Fort Nashborough. Barely enough time to go from log fort to state capital, let alone to have a full Masonic hierarchy with meeting halls, officers, and connections to lodges in other states. Notice how right after the British are defeated in New Orleans, now all of a sudden, after the reset of 1812, we essentially have the real start of Nashville. Around the same time, you get Montgomery Bell, the supposed ironmaster out in the woods near Dixon, building furnaces, tunnels, and full-blown industrial works that look 100 years ahead of the frontier around them. They call it the Cumberland Iron Works. But some of what he built, like a tunnel blasted straight through solid rock with early 1800s tools, feels way too advanced for a guy with a hammer and some slaves. I don't believe this Montgomery Tunnel story at all. The tunnel is the first known example in the United States of a full-scale water diversion tunnel. It also apparently is the first full-scale tunnel of any type in the United States. its completion predating that of the Auburn Tunnel 1821 in Pennsylvania. And they said that he did this with gunpowder and some slaves basically by himself. Bell just shows up in the record out of nowhere as this self-taught genius engineer, running what was essentially an early industrial complex, but none of it survives today. In 1804, Tennessee is barely a state. Nashville is still a small settlement, and most of the region is wilderness, supposedly. Yet somehow, Montgomery Bell is buying and expanding a full-blown ironworks complex called Cumberland Furnace. Not a blacksmith shop, but a full industrial operation with furnaces, foundries, water-powered bellows, and ore routes already in place. By the War of 1812, which is why I'm bringing this up, his furnaces are producing cannonballs for Andrew Jackson's army, which means they already had the tools, materials, and logistics to cast iron weapons deep in the woods. That's a massive leap for a place that supposedly went from log cabins to frontier forts just a few decades earlier. The records call Bell Tennessee's first iron master. But you can't be a first unless someone already knew how to build blast furnaces, line them with fire brick, and supply them with charcoal and ore. By 1815, the nearby Laurel Furnace is turning out thousands of tons of pig iron every year. Industrial output that doesn't match the size or technology level of early 1800s Tennessee. It's basically like an entire iron industry just appears out of nowhere, and after this, Bell himself somehow becomes one of the richest men in the South. So where did the designs, skills, and capital come from? Because this doesn't look like the birth of industry, it almost looks like someone was restarting something that was already there. Then, not long after, the railroads start appearing, mid-1830s to 1850s, connecting Nashville to the rest of the country. That's less than 70 years after a few cabins around a spring. It's a huge technological leap in a very short time. But let's talk about the maps. So the earliest map is from 1834, and it gives us some of the earliest depictions of Nashville. It was published by J.P. Aries and engraved by Doolittle and Munson, who also engraved several other cities. They also did work for the Oddfellows and secret societies. Now this map is very interesting because it has a statistics section that doesn't really line up with the official story. This is what they're saying Nashville looked like in 1831. Here's an aerial view from Brown's Eminence. And these statistics are kind of crazy for 1831. Listen to this. Over 260 brick houses, nearly 200 frame houses, a steam-powered water system pumping 25,000 gallons an hour through cast iron pipes, a university, a state penitentiary, multiple newspapers, and millions of dollars in trade and manufacturing every year. They have some buildings listed here. The Presbyterian Church. This is connected to a building that we'll talk about later, but cool to see this listed here. It shows, obviously, Nashville was well developed during this time. But this is pretty advanced architecture. It says the first court was 1783, established 1784. What's this court? It even says that the Cumberland College was founded in 1806. Yet in 1804, there was only 400 people. Here are the only building stats that we get. In 1787, there were 6 log houses, 30 cabins, so 36 structures. Then there's this gap, and all of a sudden, in 1831, there are over 300 brick structures from homes, offices, and stores. This is kind of the only real look at Nashville during this time, and it already by 1830 was a fully developed city. Okay, but now let's look at the 1888 bird's eye view of Nashville. Look how much the city has developed in just 50 years. While sure, it's not impossible, we need to recognize that this is a great achievement, and it's beyond insane that this city went through so much growth in such a short period, considering how they tell us it was essentially empty for thousands of years. This is what we're questioning. Is it true that Nashville developed this quickly? Sure, you can say boomtown and explain it away as industrial revolution and railroads. But really think about it. Have we ever seen this much development in modern times, even with modern technology? There are thousands of brick buildings now, not to mention all the advanced architecture and engineering involved, like the bridges and what looks to be raised railroads. Because we don't really get to see any progression. We see the 1830 depiction, and then we do get a few random photos from the 1850s that are questionable, and then bam, we get the 1888 map of Nashville. Where's the progress? A lot of cities do this. They will have like one or a few photos from this 1850s to 1860s period. Then there's this gap until the 1880s where we'll see the majority of these old downtown photos until the early 1900s. But what's with that? It really took until the 1880s when we finally start getting more photos of the town. Obviously, they could take photos in the 1850s and during the Civil War, but there really aren't that many. There's an interesting map from 1804, but it was published in 1880, so it's not really reliable. However, I thought I should bring it up, and there's also a depiction of the Cumberland River from 1784 that shows Donelson's flatboats. There's also an 1820s painting that shows a similar scene. There are a few engravings that show early depictions of Nashville, like this one from 1862. It shows what Nashville looked like during the Civil War. You can see the Capitol building and the Presbyterian Church in this one too. Oh, and I found this one. I'm not exactly sure what year this is, but it seems to be before the Civil War. But one thing I thought was crazy is you can see what looks like a fortified wall. Something you would see in Europe. And there was this guy on Facebook who was taking old photos of Nashville and putting them through AI to see what they would look like realistically. And even the AI picked that up. I mean, it looks like the remnants of a fortified city. So yeah, I wanted to show the mainstream progression of Nashville, and now we could start diving deeper. I mean, how do we know the Civil War really happened? And I know people hearing that for the first time might think it sounds crazy, but think about it. They literally call it the Western Theater in this area. So why Nashville? They say that it was a river and rail hub. By 1854, the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad is complete. By 1859, the Louisville and Nashville line connects, turning the city into a major southern rail hub. But I think the most obvious point to bring up is that there's no battle photos of the Civil War. And you get the same answer every time from these old local historians. Oh, the technology couldn't capture the motion, so they didn't take it. I think that's BS of a response, because they did have fast exposure cameras in the 1860s. But we don't need photos of them in battle. How about of them before the battle when both armies are there? Just one. I'm not talking about the photos of the depots, the troop camps, and all these selfies that they took before the battles. I mean, there's literally no photos of the battles whatsoever. That is highly suspicious. Not to mention, several Civil War photos were faked and staged by rearranging dead bodies on the battlefield after the supposed event took place. Now, there are Civil War era photos, but none of the battles themselves. I'm not buying that. This is actually a genuine question that gets brought up by several historians. They have articles on it. Why are there no photos of the Battle of Nashville? There was literally a US Army photographer whose whole purpose was to document the Civil War. And he was there, but didn't take any photos of all of the battle? Who cares if they're blurry, just take the photo. And so I wanted to look at a few of these Civil War photos because I was looking through them and I found this photo, which is the Union Army at Nashville in 1864. So there were a series of battles for over a month, which were a part of the Franklin-Nashville campaign, and we have this photo. This is the most famous battle photo we have of Nashville because there's a lot going on and it looks like this is somewhat during or close to when the battle happened. And I'm looking at this photo on all these sites and I'm confused because this photo's clearly photo manipulated and I haven't seen one historian bring that up. This one isn't even a reach. You can clearly see this is a photo montage of multiple photos combined. You see this blurry section right here? That's not just exposure issues. You can see where they cut this foreground photo and added a separate photo for the background. The perspectives do not match. And you can see there's someone's head who got cut off in the mask. Right here, near the white section is what I'm talking about. This isn't a real photo. I'm reading this article, which is trying to explain why there are no battle photos, and it literally only shows 3 photos of the battlegrounds. One of which is photo manipulated. The other one has such bad quality, it almost looks like a drawing in the background, which they did do that kind of stuff. Then, there is one of the spectators watching a battle in a distance. The only other photo on here having to do with the battle is one of the outer trenches on the last day of the battle, but this one looks like the exact same angle as that low quality one. In fact, this is the same exact photo. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be the same place because one says Fort Morton and this one says the outer trenches. But yeah, here's the original photo. It's supposed to be the last day of battle on December 16th. On this one, you can see it a little bit more high quality, but this whole area looks airbrushed. I don't think that's smoke. It looks like that was added in. But I was zooming into this photo, and they're just sitting around. This doesn't look like a battle at all. Most of these people on the other side are in wagons. This doesn't look anything like they describe in the paintings. Look at this guy on the horse, he's not paying attention at all. There's also something strange going on right here. I don't know what it is. It doesn't look like a train, but something that's moving on this road possibly? Another thing, this house looks added in. It's the only spot that gets these random dark black levels that are typically a sign of manipulation, but also this edge right here is a little too sharp. And what's going on right here? This looks way too crowded, and the smoke definitely looks fake. No one's fighting here. The smoke wouldn't sit for that long. So this is the only photo that we have of the supposed Battle of Nashville? Feels kind of weak. The funny thing is, it wasn't even until recently that they figured out where these battles happened. They needed local historians through the Preservation Society to figure out where the battles happened. So now we have a photo being used for what seems multiple locations. What else do we have? Well, everything else from the Civil War era is really of the town, and there are not that many photos. Here's a view of the city in 1864. So this is how they expect us to believe they were living? Why focus on the shacks and not just show the other parts of town? We do have some shots of the Capitol, and even up close, which is kind of crazy. I mean, look at this. This is 1860s. And yet, look at the background. They literally still have dirt roads. I mean, these are some high quality photos. Look at this one with this weird ladder and the reflections, which the reflections might be painted, I'm not entirely sure. Then we have a photo of Fort Negley, which let's talk about this because it's kind of crazy. But yeah, this photo looks to have been altered as well. And I'm not even trying to throw that card at every photo. It's actually shocking how many photos were edited during this time, and they never really explain why. These Civil War photos of the soldiers at Fort Negley look like fakes to me. Look, here's one of them standing near this cannon. Something is off about this photo. They look like they were pasted in. Because look, I think there's a reason they decided to fake these photos. So I found one of the originals from the Library of Congress, and this is much more higher quality. Okay, so I was looking at this photo, and look, if this is photo manipulated, it was done by a professional who knows what they were doing. But two things immediately stood out to my eyes as weird about the photos. The stone lines and the people. I don't know what it was about the stones, but my first impression on seeing it was something seemed faked about the stones. But I'm zooming in and looking at it in the foreground, and I mean, it looks real. They look a little bright compared to what's left over now, but I still couldn't figure out why they look weird. However, I was zooming in on the background and I noticed this. Right on the stonework in the back, there are these black blobs, the same color as the outlines. I think for some reason they were messing with these stones, whether it was emphasizing the lines or possibly even adding them in entirely. That's why they look so weird. These black lines are too consistent and thick throughout the image, giving it a look that it's been drawn on. So that's the first thing that's weird. Then there are the people. Well, they look like they've been added in, but like I said, whoever did it is good, because there are a few exposure doubles making it look realistic, but there are a few characters that do look like cutouts. They just have a soft edge, so it's hard to tell. But notice how dark they are. Why are they this dark? They look like they have a completely different lighting and mid-levels compared to the tone and brightness of the environment. Either they darkened these figures for some reason, or they added them in from other photographs. You can kind of tell with this one guy in the back, he has a shadow that doesn't really make sense. It's kind of showing up on the back stone wall, and no, I don't think that's double exposure. Those look like cutouts to me. And even the whole story isn't adding up. Okay, so they're telling us that the Union forces came into Nashville in 1862 and began developing a series of forts that ringed the city. The largest and southernmost was Fort Negley. So these are the photos of the fort we're shown. Yet, what's with these engravings? This is a literal star fort, and it was massive. Like I said, there are ruins of this that you can go see, and they look completely different from the Civil War era photos. Look at this aerial photograph from the 1930s to get an idea of what it looked like. The mainstream claim is that after the Union captured Nashville in February 1862, they immediately turned it into the main Union base in the Western Theater. Okay, so you basically have an outside group entering an enemy city, and in 3 years, between 1862 to 1865, they built 15 to 20 forts and batteries. They don't even know the full amount. Fort Negley was the main one, and it was built in 4 months in 1862, supposedly by just under 3,000 slaves and conscripted workers. By the Union? Okay. So they're telling us that in such a short time period, they built a defensive ring nearly 4 miles long, controlling all approaches onto the land. Okay, but that's insane. The scale and speed alone, Fort Negley used 62,500 cubic feet of stone, carved and hauled and fitted by hand, and it's just one of up to 20 forts built almost simultaneously. The logistics required for that in the 1860s is insane. Then, the engineering level comes out of nowhere. Negley is a multi-tiered stone fortress with bastions, something more like European masonry than improvised Civil War fieldwork. I mean, think about that photo I just showed you. With the wagons and debris everywhere. That place was a mess and did not look like the same people who would be constructing Fort Negley. You have to consider labor and materials as well. If Nashville in 1862 had a population of around 16,000, you're in a literal war, yet somehow, within months, they mobilized thousands of laborers, plus enough tools, quarry equipment, and blacksmithing supply to sustain stone construction through a military occupation. Nashville was already firmly under Union control by March 1862. The Confederates never came close to retaking it. So why invest in the largest inland fortification system in the country for a city that was basically secure? Most of the forts were demolished or built over by the late 1800s. Today, only Fort Negley really remains in visible form, and even that was left in ruins for almost a century. The rest is just gone. Is that not bizarre to you? If you zoom out a bit and look at it with new eyes, it honestly is looking less like oh, the Union troops came into Nashville and built all these forts for defense, and more like they literally founded this stuff and repurposed these existing fortifications or earthworks. Okay, but back to what I was saying on the Civil War. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Fort Negley is completely out of scale for a small town, and there is no evidence it was even used during the Battle of Nashville. Putting up these cannons is not really that convincing. And what about the hospitals? They say that Nashville had hospitals everywhere, between 20 and 25 military hospitals with a peak of 14,000 patients. But that's almost the entire population during that time, and none of these hospitals remain. Then they tell us that the Union won battles where they were outnumbered by more than double. Yeah, okay, sure, the excuse is that they had already occupied the city for 3 years. Yes, but was it a battlefield city or a supply city? The Union just wanted the railroads like they did with Chattanooga. To me, this explains why Nashville's core was left comparatively intact, not like other cities that went through massive destruction. So for some reason, the Union wanted Nashville, and it had nothing to do with serving as a battle location, which explains why none of the other forts were used in battle. Well, sometimes they say Fort Morgan, but other than that, all the forts were basically a waste of resources and money. Again, why did they need Nashville to be the most heavily fortified inland city in the entire country? It makes you wonder what was really going on here. Because for a city that was supposedly under martial law for 3 years, Nashville somehow comes out of the war looking more developed than when it went in. There's no record of riots, no big uprisings, just business as usual under occupation. I think what's weird is they just continued on with the newspapers like nothing happened. Let me give you an example. Okay, so just imagine today, there was a civil war. I don't know, for example, let's say it's Democrats versus Republicans, right? And let's say the Democrats come into a Republican city and just take it over. Now, can you imagine if the Democrats started a news channel and called it the Democrat News, and that's just how we got all of our information moving forward? That's literally what happened in Nashville. They tell us the Union came in, took over the city, and started a newspaper called the Weekly Union News, and just continued on like nothing ever happened. To me, it seems like the war was an excuse to occupy and expand on infrastructure that was already here. Now let's talk about the Capitol building, because this structure is unique for a bunch of reasons, and the whole story is kind of insane. It's a Greek Revival state house on the highest point of downtown, designed by William Strickland, built from 1845 to 1859. What's unique about this one is there's no dome, and they say it was modeled after the Karagic monument of Lysistrata, which is in Athens. I actually went on a haunted tour here in Nashville, and we're going to talk about it, but let's break this down because there's a lot of interesting info here. Now they say the reason that it gets called the Athens of the South is because they doubled down later with a full Parthenon replica and a big Athena, but the lantern choice is interesting because the Karagic monument is literally a trophy, and what it represents here is like a marker for an older age that survived and got reused. And while we're on this topic, I should mention, I was looking into Athens, and there's this whole thing that may be too much to discuss here about how the Parthenon in Athens is not really as old as they tell us. Basically, in the 1800s, they did this entire cleanup of the Acropolis where anything that didn't look classical got knocked down. Most people don't know there used to be this huge tower here called the Frankish Tower next to the Propylaea, a medieval stone tower with masonry that matched the hill and got demolished in the 1870s to restore the ancient look. Shout out to Katie. But there's this crazy Scientific American article that printed a cremation temple plan in 1877 with circular memorial halls and urn galleries that looked just like a modern Acropolis layout. Basically, the Acropolis was actually a necropolis for mass cremations that was then rebranded into an ancient temple. This is a deep topic and gets into Femenkel's work, but most of the ancient Greek text show up in manuscript chains after the 1400s, where we have a bunch of Renaissance copies. I find that interesting because in a way, the capital in Nashville has some similarities here. Now the capital narrative here has some holes. The amount of money they spent on this in the 1840s is insane alone. So they say that this structure costed around $900,000 during the time, which is equivalent to $31 million in 2024. But one thing the tour guide said was that if it was to be built today, that it would cost around $1 billion. I can't verify that, but I'm pretty positive that's what he said. Meanwhile, you have the streets still in dirt, you have multiple cholera epidemics, and somehow they're still hauling and dressing thousands of tons of limestone on a massive hill. What I thought was weird is that the ground plans for the building weren't done until 1859 when the building was basically done. That seems odd. Why wouldn't you have that planned out from the beginning? And look at it in 1860. I mean, this pristine look compared to the background, it looks literally from another era. I'm sure many locals have probably seen some of these old photos, and I was looking through them when I found this old photo with the cannons, and I was thinking, wait, so you have this elaborate structure, you spend all this effort building, I mean this is not an easy feat, in the mid 1840s, they finally finish it in 1859, then the Union just comes in and takes over, hitches up shop and throws some tents in front with some cannons and they just take over it for 3 years. Seems like a weird story to just accept. But I was looking at this photo and a few things popped out to me. And I usually notice these things from a distance as I'm zoomed out, I'm looking at the thumbnails, and the first thing that pops out to me about this image was the cannons. Something was off about them, like their contrast or shading or something to do with the lighting and edges of it. So I found the original photo in the Library of Congress, brought it into Photoshop, added a little bit of contrast and inverted it, and that's all I really did, just so that I could point out a few things. So take a look at this. Looks pretty real. Like I said, whoever was doing this was a professional. But in some cases you can find small mistakes. Let's start with the cannons. First thing that's off is the sharpness of the wheel in the cannon in contrast to the post behind it. There's also a slight white haze around this wheel within the spokes. Actually, if you zoom in, there's some weirdness there and one spoke is uneven and looks painted on. There's also a slight artifact under the barrel which shows a lightly brighter edge along the underside of the barrel, which leads me to believe this cannon is a separate image added in and then they added these shadows and the rammer. There's too much variation of lighting in this image. In some areas the shadows are soft and have indirect lighting, and in others they are sharp and crisp, which is indicative of a mask. Notice how the areas where the masks are also slightly brighter, which you can see here under the cannon. Look at the shells here. These look added in as well, as you can distinguish the sharpness levels from what's behind it. Now another deceiving part of this image is the statue and sides to the stairs. You see that this is in front of the cannon, so it must be real, right? I mean, look at the shadow. I don't think so. This shadow looks painted in. Why is there a shadow on this statue, but not this other statue, which is brighter over here for some reason? Then this entire edge in front of the canyon is a mask, and so the capital is the top layer, and the cannon is then placed behind it. One thing you can see very clearly in the inverted one is how the lighting on the cannon is off compared to the other objects in the scene. You have these soft shadows here and this indirect lighting here, yet why is it so dark over here and I can't even see these people? Notice how they have a haze around them. Now look, I get it. Many of you probably think I'm reaching, but let me just point out a few more things. Now I was looking at this person and I thought he looks weird, almost painted in. But sure, maybe it's just out of focus or because of exposure. But then I was looking at the tents and I noticed some weirdness. I'm pretty sure these tents were added in. One, they don't match the same brightness as the rest of the image, but mainly because they were painted on. Look at this building right here. The artist messed up and got some white paint on the building. Some of these tents have some type of painting on it, like this one over here. Then I was looking up close at this building. There are people here. Okay, but if you look, the perspective of these people by the building doesn't match the soldier's perspective on the Capitol. This guy is clearly added in. You can see it when you zoom out a bit and notice how this entire area around him is much brighter. Let me show you how this is layered so you can see it more clearly. So let's use this building as the base layer and fill that in roughly with a random color. That's one layer. Then you have the floor with the cannons. That is behind the base layer. And then on top of that is the cannons. And this guy that they added in here, which is still underneath the main base layer. Then behind the floor, you have the hill with the painted tents. Then behind that, you have an old view of Nashville. And this fence was added behind the base layer. It just ends abruptly and the scale's off. I go into that because if that were proven to be true, it's kind of crazy to me that the oldest photos of the Capitol would have this level of photo manipulation. Why would they do this? To show the Capitol being used for war, which is probably propaganda and never happened, or at least not the way we've been told. The whole thing looks staged. And in this one, so this is from the same time period, but now the fence is in a different location. No tents. And I'm pretty sure these reflections are painted in. And that this guy was added in. Seems crazy? I'm trying to emphasize how talented these photo manipulation artists were, or whoever did it, and I'm not even sure when. This could have been done much later after the original photos were taken. But yeah, this guy looks pasted in. Look at these shadows right here. Something weird is going on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So here is a photo montage from 1867. I show many more examples in the Old World Photoshop video, but here's one from Mexico, which isn't designed to be deceptive, but you can see how they did cutouts with the soft edge more clearly, so it kind of exposes what they were doing. We know that they've been doing this since 1857 as an art form since the 2 ways of life, but even that seems extremely advanced for its time. All I'm saying is that it was completely possible to do. Whether that's to make it more presentable, sell a certain story, or even cover up history. Regardless, it seems someone came in and manipulated these photographs, and they are in our archives listed as glass negatives. Here's what I believe is the oldest photograph of the Capitol from 1863. So we don't have any construction photos. And look at the state of the hill in comparison to the building. We aren't even considering the interior, which is just as insane. They're doing this in the 1850s. And it's hard to tell, but this photo looks manipulated as well. It's kind of deceptive. It even says, a photo from nature. I don't think it is actually. The sky was cut out. You can see that over here to the right, but it's actually not clear in this version. This one is not the original. I got this one from the Library of Congress, so it must have been edited later down the line because I think this is the original and it's much more high quality. This one is on Wiki and it actually says 1864. This one is a glass negative. Now look, you can see how the sky was cut out around the pillar. They got lazy and didn't cut that inside part out. Which would mean the one on the Library of Congress came out later, and then someone fixed that and the damage. That goes to show you how much can be done. Now you just follow that sky mask and see how much was taken out. Why? And look how messy this whole operation is. Like, does that make any sense? You have a structure that is supposed to reflect an advanced society. Perfect symmetry, philosophical ornamentation, literally the most elegant structure in the city. A temple. And then you have these people building these little stick shacks or whatever this is supposed to be. I mean, come on. I get that these are Union soldiers, but make it make sense. This, I can believe. The Capitol in 1850 with no modern technology? Highly suspect. Also, either this door on this house is giant, or these scales don't match, because that door is way too tall for one of these people. Meaning, I think they added in a lot of this foreground with the tents, and the stone laying around to make it look like it still wasn't done with construction, and that it was being used for the Civil War. I don't really buy it. So exposure can catch this tent flapping in the wind, and is this supposed to be a person? This is supposed to be 4 years after construction. They really couldn't just clean it up a bit? And I mean, if you're going to use it as a fort, then put more effort than this. Didn't you spend millions on building several star forts? Why can't you spend more money on making this a defensive center? It doesn't add up. There's a photo on Facebook from 1862, but I couldn't find it on any archives to look at in high res. But this might actually be the earliest. Let me know what you guys think about this photo manipulation stuff, because I don't feel like I'm reaching here. And what does that even imply if they were doing that to the limited amount of photos that we have of these structures? I also found one late into researching for this project. I thought it was interesting because Nashville looks like a full-on European city in this depiction from 1862. So we have that aspect of basically no photographic evidence that they built this when we've been told. And then you have Strickland. He's the master mason who built the Masonic Hall in Philadelphia. Well, he's the one who built the Nashville Capitol building and the Presbyterian Church. Basically, a lot of revival architecture gets assigned to this guy. So essentially, this building is deeply associated with Freemasonry. That's not a stretch. The entire Greek revival element is connected to it. We discussed that with the World's Fair. But think about that. That means the construction of this building is intimately tied to secret societies. Who what? Keep secrets. That's the whole point. They are the Freemasons. It's a secret society based on architecture, Freemasonry. But yeah, so this Freemason, Strickland, dies during the construction of the Capitol in 1854, and they literally entomb him in the wall of the building. I thought that was so weird, and they usually tell this from a paranormal or haunted story perspective, but that's not why I bring it up. I bring it up because it's a necropolis. It's literally a tomb. And the commission chair, Samuel Morgan, gets the same treatment on the other side. That makes the Capitol a tomb from day one. Necropolis isn't a stretch when you count who's buried here. Strickland's in the wall, Morgan's in the wall, President James K. Polk and Sarah Polk are in the garden on the east side, so we have a state house with multiple burials on it. And the hill kind of looks like a mound, honestly. And that's just from what we know. The tour guide was making it seem like so many people died here from the battles. It was one of the worst moments in United States history. Thousands of bodies died here. Something that was kind of weird is they have these Capitol relics near the Capitol, and I thought it was kind of cool. They say these pillars were carved in 1850 from limestone and were removed from the building during restoration work in 1950 because of deterioration, and then were replaced. So yeah, they placed these here in 1996. I don't know if I buy that whole story, but yeah, I figured I'd mention it. So I did one of those haunted Nashville tours, and it was alright. I'm not really into the ghost stuff, but I think I got lucky with this guide. He was an old local historian and knew everyone, and so I could ask him questions. And right at the start, he says that this is the most haunted capital in the country. But it's interesting because he's setting it up, right? And so on the tour, he's talking about how the Capitol building is a magnet for attracting spirits. And then he brings up limestone and compares it to how quartz can act like a capacitor and hold energy. And he literally says maybe that's why spirits collect here. But I thought it was crazy that he brought that up. We can discuss why in a moment, but he basically spends the first 20 minutes trying to get people scared and how they might see a ghost because of how haunted this place is. And now we're basically standing on top of a massive cemetery. That was the intro. So we walked to St. Mary's Catholic Church down the street, and that place has its own weird stuff. It goes up basically the same time as the Capitol, 1845, and they say it was finished in 2 years. It shares some of the same classical cues, and if you look, the floor sits slightly below street level now. And it even has the same necropolis theme. Apparently, the first bishop was sent by the Vatican and was the first bishop of Tennessee. He talked about it being used during the Civil War. I think it was a hospital or an aid station. But then he said that the bishop was buried under the altar, and then decades later, they dig him up for sainthood talk or to move him, and the story is that his body hadn't decomposed and he was smiling. So I guess he was a vampire. That means the church is another tomb. Then we go back on the Capitol grounds, and like I said, they really set it up to where you think that you might see a ghost or something in this presidential row area. He was telling us that people on other nights would start crying or say that they're hearing things, getting extremely emotional. And look, I believe in ghosts, but I think a lot of this stuff is kind of over-exaggerated. Like, so he pulls out this EMF detector, and it would go off as we would go to different sections of the grounds. We were around the Jackson statue when this happened, but he was like using this as proof for paranormal activity. But I was thinking, what if it's not the ghost, but it's the building or what's underneath it? If you don't know, in the alternative history community, many researchers have suggested that these old world buildings were designed to operate as massive energy conductors to generate, store, and distribute energy wirelessly. That's not just made up. There are old books that discuss this technology. Let's also keep in mind the suspicious hill that looks like a giant mound. But yeah, I do think some of this ghost tech stuff is BS. He's like waving the EMF meter around and it would turn red, and they were like, oh, that means there's a ghost around here. And then he told us the story about how on another tour, some guy brought in a laptop with some special software that he claimed could pinpoint how many number of spirits were in a location. Apparently he started freaking out because his software picked up thousands of spirits and it had never done that before. I don't know, that's just what the tour guide said. And then he showed us this photo, which he said some woman took a photograph of on the tour a while ago. And apparently she actually took a photo of a ghost. This was on the side by the Jackson statue. He showed us on the phone this photo. I can't remember exactly who the ghost was, and I believe there were different guesses on who the ghost was, whether it was a woman or the 17-year-old boy. I don't know, basically it was a picture of a ghost in front of the Capitol near where we were standing. I don't have the photo, so I can't show you. But yeah, he said that digital experts that he knew looked into it, and that it was a raw photo that hadn't been edited at all. You don't have to believe me, but yes, it looked like a ghost and it looked real. But for me, I'm kind of like, okay, I believe in ghosts, and the place definitely seems charged. But I don't know about taking photos of them and talking to them on your computer or iPhone. So I do think that some of it's overhyped, and it's a shame because it kind of overshadows other aspects of this alternative history when it comes to downtown Nashville. They also mentioned the soldier who guards the Capitol. I think he was talking about Christopher Coleman, the cupola ghost, where he basically died trying to defend the Confederate flag before Union troops took over, but he was shot and he fell down this spiral staircase, which seems like a metaphor. But yeah, that's the story. And then they have the Polk grave here as well. So throughout this whole area, you have themes of death and rebirth. It originally was Confederate, but it was born anew with the Union. He also said that there was this special leaded glass imported from France. I thought that was kind of interesting. And that the Jackson statue, the equestrian, is the first statue balanced on the back feet in human history. A 600-pound bronze statue. And then he was talking about Jackson's history, and this guy on our tour randomly was like, did you know Jackson was a Grandmaster Mason too? And the tour guide was like, oh really? I didn't know that. The guy knew that Strickland was a Mason and brought that up earlier. But yeah, some guy was letting him know that Andrew Jackson was a master mason, and it was kind of weird. He was like, "Yeah, I know that because I'm a master mason myself." And I'm over here just kind of like, But it was kind of funny because it was almost as if he was showing off about it. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm a part of the local lodge." And this is while he's telling us a story about Jackson. But this guy wasn't some elite or someone with secret information or anything. Honestly, he seemed like a normal guy with his family who was interested in local history. And that's kind of how it is for a lot of these Freemasons in the modern day. I don't think they know much about this alternative stuff. I mean, sure, there's always exceptions, but I'm just saying a large portion of the Blue Lodges are open to the public. And so it is kind of like a social club. But it wasn't always like that. Then there's this bell, which they say is a replica of the Liberty Bell. He said it was from the same time period of the construction of the Capitol, and I was gonna say how this connects with spirit bells and harmonic resonance, but I looked it up online. Apparently this is a part of a series of Liberty Bell replicas that were made in the 1950s, and then were put on state capitol grounds. I don't know, but I will say it sounded very loud and eerie. So yeah, I can understand why people would see ghosts around here. There is kind of a vibe. The rest of the tour was kind of walking through downtown, looking at a few different spots, like the Hermitage and the Presbyterian Church. I'm not going to go over every detail, but when the tour finished, we were around Printer's Alley, and I got to ask this guy a question. I was like, "Hey, so do you know if there are any underground tunnels in Nashville?" And he says, "Oh, I know for certain." He said they're all throughout downtown. You know, the same Prohibition story. But he said something interesting. He said that there are tunnels underneath the Capitol. Now look, I find myself in very coincidental circumstances sometimes, and I think this is one of them. You see, the tour ended in Printer's Alley. That can't be by accident. And by the way, this wasn't a part of the tour by this time everybody had left. I mean, it should be. But he was saying that, supposedly, the Civil War tunnels under the Capitol go to the Cumberland River. Now this is insane for many reasons, but after he said that, I asked him if he knew if the streets had been raised in Nashville or not. Because if you haven't seen Chattanooga Unveiled, I knew that was accepted history to a certain degree there, but I wanted to see how Nashville handled that story, because like I mentioned in that video, Chattanooga is a very interesting case. Well, yes, you can see this in every city, the arched windows going below street level. Chattanooga is one of the rare southern examples that talks about this raising of the street process and how the building's first floor is now the basement. So I'm explaining this to him, and he was like, I don't think that happened here in Nashville. And I told him that I couldn't really find anything online about it, but then I pointed to a window right there in Printer's Alley that was below street level, and I told him it looks like it was done here too. I mean, you can see it with the Southern Turf building. And he kind of thought about it for a second and said, I'm gonna have to look into that, but you got me thinking. So it seems like Nashville has no official narrative on whether the streets were raised or not. The point being, in Chattanooga, this was lost history. It had to be rediscovered in the 1970s by some random historian. I mean, can you believe that? So who's to say the same thing didn't happen in Nashville to a certain degree? They raised the streets and forgot about it. I mean, there have been some horrible floods in Nashville's past. So I tried to see what I could find online on this, and there's a Reddit post asking people the same basic question with the same info, Civil War tunnels, and that there's even an entrance in the basement of one of the buildings in Printer's Alley. You can read through it yourself. I've seen this in many cities. The locals know of the tunnels and entrances, but it's not talked about really by the local historians, or they kind of ignore it, except with some cases with these ghost tours. But the majority of the local historians are skeptics of this stuff. But I mean, here it's pretty much accepted that Printer's Alley has tunnels. I mean, you can literally go to the bars and they go below street level. We aren't really questioning whether they exist, more so, were the streets raised? Because it seems that they were raised in this Printer Alley area. This tunnel stuff does start to get kind of creepy because it's somewhat associated with secret societies and they're connected to a bunch of specific buildings, like that Masonic Presbyterian Church and the Hermitage. But I find the whole story behind the tunnels ridiculous. They're like, oh yeah, alcohol was illegal, so they had to make these tunnels so they could party in peace. I mean, really? You don't think the people in charge were aware of the tunnels and they were just getting away with this stuff, right? I'm calling BS. The whole city was filled with clubs, saloons, gambling halls. I mean, the red light district was literally called Sodom and Gomorrah. And then there are all these murder stories, they have these serial killers and all of this stuff. And it's like, okay, so then they are for some reason going to build these tunnels so they can secretly pass booze? It's a cover story. Sure, there's a truth to it, but I don't think they built the tunnels for prohibition. No, the buildings are literally below street level. There are windows down there, entrances in the basement. The issue is, now they're all sealed up. There was an active effort to hide many of these entrances. Apparently, this tunnel system is massive. You can access part of it from the Cumberland, but it's deteriorating and dangerous to access. Supposedly, at one point, it was a refuge for the homeless and a bunch of people were living down there, so I'm not exactly sure how big it is and for how long it goes, but I found this interesting comment on Reddit. He's talking about what I'm saying. They raised the streets, or as he puts it, came in with a ton of dirt and covered it. This is on the Nashville Reddit, but he says these tunnels are for transporting important people, which is why I mentioned the Masons earlier. It's almost as if the Masons were the ones who made some of these tunnels under important structures for moving around the city secretly after raising the streets. That's not a reach, because think about it. Why are there Civil War tunnels under the Capitol? Did they build them after the original construction, or was it designed with that purpose? Because think about it. They start building this in 1845, so they didn't know the Civil War was going to happen, right? So then either they did the tunnels after or before. But then you could say, why would there be tunnels before the Civil War? I'm telling you, who built the Capitol? Freemasons. Or that's what they tell us. It makes the most logical sense that whoever designed the structure intended for there to be an underground entrance, which we can conclude must have something to do with the original designer, the Master Mason Strickland, who, by the way, also designed the Presbyterian Church, which also has a tunnel entrance, supposedly. If the Capitol was ever used for defense, if we're to believe that, they most likely used tunnels that were already there. I highly doubt that the Union built these tunnels. I mean, remember those shacks I showed you earlier? They couldn't even give soldiers proper housing, but had time to build a tunnel to the Cumberland River all throughout downtown? I'm not sure about that. Remember, the tunnels are just local lore. That's what they'll say. I bet that's what the local historians on the Nashville Reddit would say. You guys want to hear something crazy? So I made this Pensacola Unveiled video a few years ago, and it was posted on the Pensacola Reddit, and it kind of blew up, and they for the most part hated it, with a few exceptions. But I thought it was hilarious. They actually banned the word tunnel because of that. They think it's like a meme now to talk about underground tunnels. Anyways, maybe Nashville's more open-minded, if one of you guys want to share. I enjoy seeing people's reactions, even if they're critical and skeptical. It helps me strengthen my arguments. But one of the common responses is, well, there's no documentation that it happened, so it didn't happen. No one in the newspapers or books told me about it, so it can't be real. And it is a fair question. I mean, how does something like this just get lost to history? But you have to realize the majority of cities do not really care about the history. They may give off the illusion that they do, and don't get me wrong, I know there are exceptions where they do the best they can with what they have. But for the most part, there is not an exerted effort to preserve history. You think the state really cares about history? Here's what the Capitol looked like before urban renewal. They called this slums, and they just demolished it. So much history was removed from Nashville, and in many cases, there is no justification for it. It's simply a lack of care for preserving the history of the city. We can see this in several examples, but just think about it from a moral code perspective. How do you go from the Athens of the South to the prostitution capital of the world? Seems like there is a conflict of two opposing cultures. So is there any evidence for the tunnels? Well, as I mentioned, it seems they were deliberately bricked up. So if they do exist, we have to consider that this is a suppressed subject, something the state just kind of hid and then forgot. But you know how these local historians will be. First thing they say, source? And it's like, I get it, but at the same time, just because there isn't a source for something doesn't mean it's not true or didn't happen. There are actually a few people who have looked into this. There are a series of articles that investigate the tunnels in Nashville. And in the first two, they seem pretty convinced that the tunnels exist after interviewing several people downtown and talking about potential locations. But I always notice the same thing with this tunnel stuff in old cities. It's either they accept the narrative or they don't. When it does get accepted, because people have been in them or it's already common knowledge in some cases, they'll explain it off as prohibition tunnels or escape tunnels. If the story is not accepted, it's just explained as local lore. But even that is bizarre. I mean, where do these stories come from? You could just say they were made up, exaggerated, but once you see the exact same phenomena of this underground tunnel city lore situation, it starts to feel like something else is going on and that there's a cover-up involved. Not necessarily from officials in the modern day, but that the cover-up happened 100 years ago and was suppressed. And this whole prohibition tunnel theory, I mean, let's be real, it doesn't hold up. You're telling me during Prohibition they were secretly digging massive tunnels under the city streets, under banks, government buildings, just to sneak in liquor? Come on. And who exactly was drinking it? The same city officials and businessmen who were supposedly enforcing the law. You really think they didn't know? I'm calling BS on that. If anything, these spaces already existed and were repurposed during Prohibition, not created for it. Because building something like that back then would have taken planning, money, labor, and permits. You can't hide dynamite and excavation in the middle of a downtown area without somebody noticing. So when people say, oh, they were prohibition tunnels, it's kind of a lazy explanation meant to cover up something even older. And even in one of the more recent articles about the tunnels, a historian actually makes that exact same point, that the rock under Nashville is so hard and the logistics of tunneling through it back then would have been almost impossible. But that's the thing, many of these historians are working from a single framework, assuming those tunnels were built during that era. But what if they were already here? Let's start with the Capitol, because one of the most well-known legends is the Civil War tunnels. Okay, tunnels from the 1860s for politicians to escape. And what we actually know is there are two verified tunnels under the hill today. One is the modern connector over to Cordell Hole for staff, and the other is this 1950s Motlow tunnel that comes in from Charlotte MLK to the Capitol's basement elevators. The Motlow thing is interesting, because on paper, it just kind of shows up, boom, they're blasting rock and lining it with marble. By March 31st, 1957, they're already saying plans are being rushed and talked about, a 300-foot run from the street up to the new elevator lobby. April 7th, 1958, we get kind of this photo of the entrance of the tunnel, and by January 1959, they're walking governors and legislators through it, and the Capitol is literally called rededicated. Then there's actually an article that's talking about why it was named Motlow Tunnel. But while I was digging through old Nashville newspapers, I found something that I couldn't find anywhere online. In 1911, they were already pitching this exact idea. And not just in one article either. It unfolds like a full-blown campaign. On January 12th, Senator J.P. Matthews introduces a resolution to investigate the cost of a tunnel under Capitol Hill, complete with an elevator from the street level on Cedar Street up to the main floors of the Capitol, so people wouldn't have to make the brutal climb up the hill. The next day, January 13th, it expands. Suddenly they're talking about a Capitol annex south of Cedar, connected by a tunnel with an electric car system to shuttle people back and forth. Then, on February 17th, they form an official joint committee, chaired by Senator Bacon, and even hire an engineer to estimate the cost. By March 1st, the papers say the committee takes itself seriously. Bacon actually introduces a bill. On April 5th, the engineer's report comes back. The tunnel would cost somewhere between $12,000 and $20,000, depending on labor, and the findings are all favorable. The very next day, April 6th, a funding bill hits the floor. And then, nothing. It just vanishes. Fast forward almost 30 years to 1939, and all of a sudden it pops up again. The state treasurer drafts an $80,000 bill for the same tunnel, but shelves it for budget concerns. Then, another 2 decades pass, total silence, until suddenly in 1957, the state acts like it's a brand new idea. Plans are being rushed, contract held at dynamite, maple shavings, marble walls, and by 1959, they're walking the governors through it, calling it Motlow Tunnel. What's weird to me is the naming. So they named this thing after the Motlow family, the same Motlows behind Jack Daniels, a political dynasty connected to Tennessee whiskey. While the entrance sits right beneath the Edward Carmack statue, the state's famous Prohibition crusader. So you've got a tunnel under the Capitol, built during a supposed renovation, dedicated to a whiskey family, literally beneath the monument to the guy who fought to ban alcohol. You can't make that up. It's almost as if they're trolling us. How do you pass a bill in 1911 for this project and not hear anything about it except once in 1939, and then out of nowhere, this 1959 project is being rushed and nothing in the newspaper article links it to these previous projects? To me, it seems like this tunnel was already here, and in 1911, they put out the first kind of cover story to renovate and present this to the public, but then they held off. Someone found the bill again in 1939 and showed interest, but it was still forgotten. Then in 1959, they built the tunnel. They do have a few photos of it being constructed, but it's just of the entrance and this wooden door. It's entirely possible there was an already existing tunnel there from an earlier time. I'm not saying they weren't used for Prohibition, but it doesn't make sense that they were built for that purpose. So as for the Capitol Tunnel, there is one. The question is, how far back does it go? Now, most historians would tell you it began with the Motlow Tunnel in 1959, but as I showed you, ideas about there being a tunnel under the Capitol go back to 1911, and most likely even before that. The question is, was this tunnel already there? Well, the oldest tunnel from what I could find is this large sewer tunnel called Lick Branch Sewer. And this is what I think the large majority of the tunnels are, old waterworks systems. The question is, did they really build this in the 1890s? I find that unlikely. They even have this edited photo of these people in front of the sewer. Keep in mind, this is a few blocks north of the Capitol. This is an advanced sewer too for 1890s. It's the city's largest. This one goes from Vanderbilt University football field, goes through Centennial Park, and then into the Cumberland River in Germantown. Now, when I first heard about this, I thought it was strange that it was called Lick. But remember, Nashville originally was called French Lick, and there was a special spring here. Remember, it was called French Lick Spring. Well, apparently, in 1889, this spring was channelized to enable water and sewage to flow more easily into the Cumberland River, and this channel was then converted into a sewer. It says in 1892, the natural resource that attracted initial settlement, French Lick Spring, disappears from sight, enclosed in a brick sewer. This is another aspect that kind of gets looked over in history, is this rapid progression of waterworks programs in the late 1800s and how they are extremely advanced for their time period. Not only are they creating sewers, but they're also creating multiple bridges, building locks on the Cumberland, and even massive ancient-looking reservoirs in like a 10-year span from 1890 to early 1900s. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that before I suggest what I think is going on with these tunnels. So as I was looking into this, there are a few popular photos that show up as you're researching tunnels and old waterworks stuff for Nashville. And one of the photos that came up was this old photo of the United States Army Corps of Engineers building locks on the Cumberland River in order to tidy up the river. Looks legit, right? Only I showed you how to spot photo manipulation in old photos, so it's quite obvious this isn't real. But I won't lie, this would fool a historian. It's very hard to tell unless you've seen it over and over again. But there's a certain look to these photo montages that becomes easy to see. a lot of them have this weird variation of black levels, which is usually a sign that there are multiple images involved. This one is fairly well done because there are a bunch of elements going on, but there are a few mistakes. This literally comes from the USACE archives. I haven't done anything but invert and contrast just to show you the mask lines, but we can verify that this has been touched up because many of the people's faces have been painted black. Those are extreme black levels in areas that should not be receiving that much shadow, and that's typically indicative that they were adjusted, like this man right here near the arched doorway. Another thing to look for is random white spots where it's kind of brighter, and when they're behind people, usually that hints towards airbrushing or that these people were painted in. There's a man waving here, and you can see that there's a small part of the background from his image that was left in. Now that's hard to see because we don't have that much resolution here. But let's go over to the right. There looks like some artifact or seam where the stone doesn't match up with the rest of the seams. And there are a few guys that have these strange artifacts around their outline, like this guy with the weird hat. Look, as I adjust the levels, do you see that little edgeline artifact behind his hat? That's a mask line. You can kind of see it around his pants too. You see it over here with the guy as well. Behind him, the wood is slightly smudged. There are also some strange grain artifacts that only show up on some of these elements that look added in as well. And look at this ladder. That looks a little too weak to be climbing on. It looks like it was added in. Then this edge to the left of the stonework looks like a hard mask. It's hard to tell, but if you compare to the rest of the stones, notice how these aren't straight. It still has a little roughness to the edge. But right here, you can see it's a perfect straight line. That looks like a mask. You can also see the resolution difference here. Then there's also this warped section with this guy crossing his arms. You can tell the perspective doesn't match the rest of the people, and that the area's mid-levels are slightly brighter. I also noticed this random dollar sign that looks like it's been added in post. Now that one's a little hard to tell, because it's well done. They definitely hired a pro touch-up artist. But here's another one where it's a little bit more noticeable. Here's one of the first views of the walls in 1893, and notice how the scales of the people don't match from that earlier photo. These people were added in. I mean, look at this guy standing here. If you think that's just an exposure artifact, then explain why these people were literally painted in over here and have different scale than this person. It's a fake photo. They added people in it. The children and dog were painted in to make it look more lively, and you can see the strange artifacts around their outline. Right below them, there's this strange stuff going on with the stonework. Something's off about this whole thing. Just look at the resolution of the background compared to the stonework. I'm trying to show you how good they were at this photo manipulation stuff, and it's everywhere. Look up your own town's history. You'll see the exact same thing. So in the first pictures of Nashville's supposed Waterworks programs, we have fake photos. Well, the Lick Branch sewer was kind of a postcard type photo, so it's not that deceptive. But these damn photos are deceptive because they're in the archives of the USICE, presented as non-manipulated photos of a historical event that occurred. The next thing that stood out to me was this massive reservoir that has a capacity of 51 million gallons. This is called the 8th Avenue South Reservoir. And interestingly, it was built on Kirkpatrick's Hill, which was the former site of a Union fort called Fort Casino. I was looking at this image on Wiki, and I'm noticing it's been manipulated as well. You could see around this guy in the back in the black, where the sky was cut out. Look at the grain difference. The entire sky has been removed, and these people on top of the fallen boulder were added in. You can tell because if you look at the resolution to the left, these people should be out of focus here, and they have slight smudges around their outline. I don't know why they did it, maybe to make it look more intense. They have other similar photos showing this breakage. Apparently, in 1912 there was a leak that ruptured and about 25 million gallons roared downhill, causing major property damage. This thing is massive, and they say they built it in 2 years. I also thought this house on it was interesting. Apparently it's from 1889 as well, but I couldn't find that much information on it other than it being called the Gatehouse. So yeah, they say this reservoir was built in 1889. They say that it used to be the site of Fort Casino, and I'm trying to find a depiction of what this fort looked like. It was supposedly a small timber reinforced blockhouse on Casino Hill. What I don't get is why would the Union Army invest so much in these forts and not take photos of them? There are no remains because they were removed during the construction of the reservoir. But think about this. What if this is the fort? Star forts in the mainstream are being described as defensive works, but they clearly had something to do with channeling water. We saw that earlier with the Old Stone Fort as well. Could this have already been here and the Fort Casino was just a reference to this structure? Sounds crazy, right? Well, I noticed that there were no construction photos that I could find of this reservoir. And I mean, we can't underestimate how big of a project this is. But here's what I think. It honestly looks like they just found this thing and for some reason decided to reveal it to the public in 1912. Think about it. Okay, so I'm on the Tennessee Virtual Archive. If you look up the reservoir, there is not one photo from before 1912. So the first photos we have of this place, many of which look to be photo manipulated, are the reservoir in ruins. They say this is from a leak, but this doesn't look like a leak to me. And in every photo, the damage is different. Have you noticed that? In some, it looks like a V-shape. And in this one, the walls are completely broken. I mean, the damage is different in every photo. And almost all these photos of the ruins have the skies cut out and weird stuff going on with the people. Meaning they were touched up for some reason. I would say this looks like intentional damage. And in the photos you can see there is some masonry up here that isn't there anymore. Look at this one with the crowd. I mean, this is photo manipulated, but still, look at all the stones everywhere. This doesn't look like a flood. And that wall is clearly added in. It would not be standing like that. So I don't know what's going on with all those fake photos and what's real or what's not, but those are literally the earliest photos we have. Maybe there are more in some archive somewhere. I'd like to see them and check for photo manipulation, and some construction photos would be nice, but it's looking like this is something that was found, not constructed in 1889. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm starting to think that the leak didn't even happen. Meaning they found the structure, gave it a backstory, and made up the whole leak story to present it to the public. Then they fixed it up, started using it as a reservoir, as they needed clean drinking water from cholera epidemics. I honestly think the ruined stuff might actually be faked. I'm sure there was some damage, but it's hard to tell to what extent, as many of these photos don't look real. But back to the tunnels. I brought that up because what if these tunnels are not Prohibition tunnels or Civil War tunnels, but some are from a network of tunnels that were already here? There are kind of multiple layers to this. Many of these were turned into sewers and utility tunnels, so that's one layer to the tunnel stuff. Another layer is that when the streets are raised, it's much easier to create tunnel networks between buildings, as this basically creates an underground world that you can traverse beneath the streets. That explains why many of the important buildings downtown are connected. The Printer Alley Tunnel isn't officially confirmed, or there really isn't a source, but everyone knows about it, and you can ask anyone downtown, they've heard of them at some point. However, if you consider that the streets were raised in that area, it makes sense on why there would be tunnels between the buildings. If this is your first time hearing this kind of stuff, I know it sounds crazy at first, but let's go down this thought train of whether or not there was already existing infrastructure by looking at some out-of-place architecture. Now, Nashville has a lot of architecture, and it would be quite extensive to cover every single one. But we're going to go to what I feel like stuck out the most to me as being out of place, or perhaps we're not being told the entire story of these structures. And we already talked about a few of these, like the Parthenon and the Capitol building. Obviously, those stick out the most. And I did bring up the Presbyterian Church, so let's talk about that. This building is extremely strange, and I'm surprised that no one has an issue with it. A Christian church dedicated to Egyptian gods and motifs? That was the first thing that stood out to me, because I know that's obviously a Freemasonic theme. And as we know, this was also constructed by Strickland, who was a Freemason, who also built the Capitol. That alone should bring some suspicion to the structure. I mean, the inside literally looks like a Masonic hall. They say the building was built in 1851 and that it was used as a hospital by the Union during the Civil War. It seems that it was converted into an Egyptian temple in the 1880s. But guys, nothing about this is Christian. This is the sun god Amun-Ra. Seems strange, right? They say much of the Egyptian elements were added in the 1880s, but then they say Strickland designed it to be Egyptian style. Now, interestingly, there was another structure that was here before this, and I brought that up earlier because it was on the 1830s map. But I was looking at it, and we have no pictures of this original structure, but we do have this engraving. This earlier church from 1830s has 3 doors as well, and it looks to have a similar base structure. And it's on the exact same location on this map. Apparently, it was destroyed in a fire in 1832, which is 1 year after this map. Then there was a second building rebuilt that same year, and this one burnt down in 1848. I can't find any information on the second building, but then the third one, which is this current building, was built in 1851. This is the oldest photo I could find, and it doesn't look like it's in good condition, although this is it supposedly during the 1860s. The sky was removed in this photo as well, and you can still see this today, but it seems this structure goes below street level. That's the thing with some of these buildings, especially the early structures from before the Civil War, like this church, St. Mary, and the Capitol, is we don't really have any construction photos, and to a certain extent, that's understandable. I mean, they're the oldest buildings. But this theme continues, and you'll start to see that there are some things that aren't adding up here. Something that I've noticed many cities do multiple times is they have this oldest photo of Nashville or whatever city you're looking into downtown, and there will be this old photo of a bunch of settlers kind of crowded up downtown, and they'll share this photo and they'll be like, oh, it's the oldest photo of the city. But I've seen this so many times, and almost in every case they look like fakes. The Nashville one looks fake to me as well. All these dark spots is what gives it away. If I could find the original high-resolution archive, I'd zoom in more, but they only have this museum website, and it gives you this horrible resolution. However, I noticed there are many images going around Facebook that have a slightly higher resolution, and you can see these ones are slightly different because someone painted in this person talking right here. That's not in the museum one. The museum one looks to have some soldier painted in. I even started wondering if maybe they were adding in text on some of these older images, like with the shirt sign, which would be crazy. So our earliest photo from Nashville is from 1850s, which looks to be a photo montage. We have a series of photos coming out in the 60s from Civil War era, many of which also look to be manipulated. Here's another famous photograph of the Nashville Wharf in 1865. This one's on Wiki. These guys standing right here were added in. And honestly, the whole right side of the image looks added in for some reason. And this is 1860s. I mean, Nashville looks extremely old at this point. But yeah, let's continue, as you'll see this kind of stuff everywhere in the historical record. I guess let's go to Broadway. So, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I'm walking around here, and as I mentioned this earlier, but just the complete obliviousness in this area is insane. I mean, look at the old post office or the customs house building. This structure looks extremely out of place. I mean, first, it's built in Gothic Revival style. People are so used to seeing these government buildings that they never question them. They tell us this was built from 1876 to 1882, so in 6 years. And in the oldest photos I could find of this place, it looks creepy and abandoned, like a total ghost town. Here it is in 1887, with the sky removed, dirt roads, and this is supposed to be the First Baptist Church here, because from what I could find, the steeple from the church is from 1886, and the adjoining building was made in the late 60s. However, this steeple too, they just decided to make it a Gothic revival as well, even though they have completely different architects. This Potter guy is assigned to many old world buildings, but why are there no construction photos? I could only find 3 old photos in general from the 1880s period of this place, and none of them show how this was constructed, which is bizarre. Because other than the structures we have already discussed, this is the Customs House building. It's the most impressive structure built in Nashville in over 2 decades. With the Capitol Downtown Presbyterian Church, you could just say that was too early for photography. But by 1880s, we had high-resolution photography. They could have easily shown us this building being built in stages, but there's nothing. This building does go below street level as well. I'm not sure by how much, but you can see there's an area where you can walk down and there's a door to get to the bottom floor, and buried windows. I'm pretty sure most of Broadway Street was raised. That's why you can go below ground in a lot of these bars. Here's a photo of the Customs House from 1900. This one's interesting because you can see all the wires. This proves they were editing most of the photos. This is actually a potential reason. They didn't want these wires in the photos. And you could say that's for presentation purposes, but I think it's because these wires were here much earlier and they don't want us to know about it. I found another old photo where you can see the structure does go below ground level. I find it highly suspect that one of the most earliest and impressive Gothic revival architecture in Nashville has such limited documentation on it. You had 6 years to take a photo. You took photos during the Civil War. We can't take photos of Nashville's most artistic and historic buildings during their creation? Seems like something you would want to show off. Okay, but right across the street, and this is crazy to me, you have this armory-looking building that has the turrets and crenellations, which hint to it being for military purposes, but this apparently is an old high school. But listen to this. So this isn't the original structure. Apparently the first Hume School in Nashville goes back to 1855, and it was on 8th Street in Spruce, just north of Broad, and it was the first public school in Nashville. Then in 1875, a Fogg High School was built at the corner of Broad and 8th, and it took some of the students from the earlier school. Then around 1910, they razed the Fogg building and built a Gothic revival building that they say opened in 1912. I thought that was interesting because it doesn't say when it was constructed at all. I looked for the earliest photos I could find, and there are no construction photos of this place. Just weird, strange looking photos where it looks out of place and already old. To me, this blows the whole Gothic revival narrative out of the water. Why would you need to build this structure in this style for a high school? And right in front of the Customs House? Okay, but listen to this. This is insane. I haven't seen this for any other structure in Nashville, but I was reading the wiki on it, and word for word, this is what it says. Quote, "The building consists of 5 floors, including a basement, which has several tunnels leading to various locations in downtown Nashville. However, they are currently boarded off and inaccessible." End quote. That's on the Wikipedia. That's interesting. Why would there be tunnels here? Here are some of the oldest photos I could find, all of which are from 1912. Now I know this is kind of later, the early 1900s, so technically it would have been possible to build compared to the post office building from the early 1880s. But I've seen this exact same stuff with buildings going up to the 1920s. No construction photos, revival architecture, underground tunnels, and early photos featuring photo manipulation. Here is one of the school from 1912, and you can see all the wires were removed. Nowhere does it say it was constructed in 1912. It says the high school started in 1912. And we do know there was a Fogg school here before from 1875. They say that it was razed, but where's the proof of that? And what did this previous school look like, as I see no information on it? All I could find was this 1888 bird's eye map view of the Fogg High School, but that's pretty much it. Don't you find it strange that we don't have more info on these structures? So let me get this straight. Skeptics don't believe in the tunnels because there isn't enough evidence to support it. Yet they blindly believe these stories we are told on the construction of these buildings Or they don't even look into it at all and just assume we're being told the truth. They literally don't even know who the architect of the building is. If this is from 1912, how is that possible? There's more evidence for the tunnels than there is on this structure being built in 1912. To me, it looks like this building is much older and was then repurposed into a high school. Then let's talk about the Masonic elements. Remember at the World's Fair, they had a children's building that was designed for programming future knights, the Knights of Pythias. Well, Hume Fogg's mascot just happens to be a knight. Is that a reach? Well, if you know the area, literally right next door, across the street, is the Grand Lodge of Tennessee Freemasons, the Scottish Rite Temple. If there are tunnels under the school, which I believe there are, it most certainly connects to this lodge. This lodge is from 1925, they say. It's neoclassical style, and there are a few varying details. Wiki says 1925. The Nashville Library says 1915. I couldn't find any construction photos, but I did find some interesting information. Tennessee's oldest Masonic lodge was completed in Nashville in 1825. We don't know what it looked like, but apparently it was burned in 1856. Then the temple was rebuilt as a 5-story building. Here's a photo of it. And can you guess where this Freemason building was? It was right across the street from the downtown Presbyterian Church, that Egyptian revival church. So that cements the Freemasonic connection without a doubt, even though it was already blatantly obvious. But let's continue, because Nashville has a lot of interesting revival structures. The next one we should discuss is the Union Station. This is my favorite building that I saw in person. I still have much more to see, but I was really impressed by the structure. Oh, and as I was walking to it, there's another old structure in this area called Christ Church Cathedral, a Victorian church from 1894. The church goes back to 1830s, and it's actually depicted in this 1830s map. This is what the previous church looked like, they say. But yeah, this is the Union Station. And I would say it's Nashville's most iconic building from this 1880 to early 1900s period. Not only that, but it's also the most advanced. It was built from 1898 to 1900 in only 2 years. Here's what the interior looks like. It's very elegant. It's a hotel now, so it's been renovated many times. It's in Romanesque revival style. And they say they built it so fancy because Nashville was becoming a modern metropolis in the South, and they needed to cater to the increasing amount of guests. But that's kind of crazy. 2 years in 1898? You have to consider that this area has viaducts adjacent to the station. So there's an entire portion to this building that is below the street. This is a huge project. They say they built these viaducts for the Union Station. The problem with that is you can see them in the 1888 bird's eye view map. The building near the Union Station depicted in this map is like a 7-story building called the Nashville College for Ladies. But just because the Union Station doesn't show up in previous maps doesn't mean it's not older than what we're being told. I actually think that was the purpose of these bird's eye 1880 maps. It was to deliberately cover up the history of some of these structures. This area was clearly already designed to be a Union Depot. You can even see it labeled on the 1888 map. It seems like they chose some buildings that didn't fit the historical narrative, like the Union Station and the high school, to be presented as being constructed in the early 1900s, yet they all share similar patterns of being older. Okay, so this structure on the surface, there really is only one construction photo that's easy to find. It's called Union Station Under Construction, but we want to see the building. It was kind of difficult to find, but I did find 2 photos on Facebook that are supposed construction photos. Now, this may be enough for some people, but this is not extensive documentation at all. And honestly, I suspect these photos of being fakes. This is supposed to be 1899. We had the capability to take much higher quality photos, And this looks like an older style of photography in both photos. The issue with these supposed construction photos is they show the Union Station before the viaducts being built. But the viaducts are already on the 1888 map, so something isn't matching up. In this one where you can see the tracks, it's quite clear this structure was added on the lower right corner. They both look like photo montages to me. Let me show you how far this goes below street level. This is a massive structure. And I was thinking, wait, so if they really built this in the early 1900s, then that would mean they built it after the viaducts or the streets were raised. And I find that extremely unlikely, especially during this early time period. To me, it looks like it was constructed before the streets were raised, and that would mean it must go before the 1888 bird's eye view map. I'm not saying it's impossible, but building a full multi-story stone structure below and against a viaduct like that would have been a serious engineering nightmare in the 1890s. Let me show you what I mean. So I'm reading this article, and it's called The History of Union Station. And the first photo they provide, I assume this is the oldest photo, it was cut out and airbrushed. I already showed you why. It's most likely there were cables all over the place. And in this article, they have a photo from 1948, where they're working on the viaduct. You can see this would have been extremely difficult to build if the viaduct was already here and they just built this off to the side. But like I'm trying to say, in the 1888 map, the streets were already raised. Here's a close-up from 1979. I mean, look at the details of this thing. And another aspect that doesn't really make that much sense is, okay, so you build one of the most impressive structures in the city, and then by the 70s, it's abandoned and basically sits to rot until some company comes in to renovate it, which in many cases never happens for a lot of these historic buildings. But yeah, that happened to a certain degree here, before it became a hotel. And why do they have this Mercury statue? I thought that was a weird detail because Mercury and Hermes are typically associated with the occult. Here are some old pictures. I mean, look at this one with the horse and buggy. It really seems so ridiculous when you look at it with new eyes. This image has been edited as well. Here's an early engraving of it, being all nice and presentable. See, if they had photos like this, I might buy the story. But they don't look like this. In all the early photos, it looks like a ghost town, which is weird for a brand new structure of this caliber. Since we're talking about train depots, I should bring up this famous old train depot photo from the 1860s that shows what the train station looked like during the Civil War. First thing that sticks out to me is this place is a mess. Also notice that same turret style that we've been talking about. But people share this photo all the time because the Capitol is in the background. Guys, I think this is another fake photo. You have to download the original high-res TIFF to see it. But I'm looking at this image, and the first thing that stands out to me is the Capitol looks like it has a different mid-level than the rest of the image. But the sky removal here is very well done, so it's kind of hard to prove that this has been added into the background. But I'm zooming in on this image looking around, and I start to notice some strange things. Well, let's note that these structures already look very old. This is 1864. So this doesn't look like something that was built recently at all. I mean, it's literally crumbling. And why is it in this castle Moorish style? So they're going all out to make this train depot look Moorish, yet they make this little shack here? How does that make any sense? I'm zooming into this dark area over here under the arches, and I notice this looks like a person. But at first I thought I could just be seeing that. And what's with this ladder? This is really the best you can do? This looks horrible. But guys, I'm zoomed in and I start noticing these straight lines. At first I thought it was just artifacts, and I do think that some of them are from the photographic process. Some of them are even scratches. But I'm positive that some of these are actually cables that were removed from the image. Look, you see all these weird crossing lines in front of the Capitol? I think the entire sky was flooded with these cables, and they decided to remove them. It's not really clear right here, but it's undeniable. Look at this. Here's right by the turret. You see this cable? It goes vertically across the ladder. Here it is above the other structure to the right as well. And just in case that's not convincing enough for you, here is the telegraph pole where the cables are connecting. And look, the only excuse there could be is, oh well, it just looks ugly, so they clean it up to make it presentable. Yeah, how about don't do that? I literally just want to see what Nashville looked like in the 1860s. Why are you removing the skies? Removing cables? Just let me see a literal snapshot of what it looked like. To me, that is deceptive. Nashville had telegraph lines since 1848, so by this time they were already flooding the entire sky with cables. This also proves they removed the sky as well, because you can't remove the wires accurately without doing that. Here, let me show you. Look at this pillar to the left of the Capitol. You see how those wires just randomly stop? That's not an artifact. My theory is using the collodion process, they were able to get a perfect mask of the sky around the trees and structures, removing the sky. So the foreground is a real image, but some wires are probably left over in the mask. Then, behind this foreground image, that Capitol building was added in the background. And then using etching techniques, they removed the rest of the wires. I've seen this in so many old photos. That's how I noticed it. So yeah, that's an edited photo in archives. That's not all. So there's actually another one of these in the Library of Congress. And I'm not 100% sure about this, but remember the first one, how I was mentioning the dark area under the arches and how it looked like a person? Well, I didn't think much of it because I mean, you can see things in unclear forms. But I'm looking at the second photo, which looks like from the same day. The Capitol is not in the background. They did remove the cables here too. But look, if I zoom into the dark area under the arch, I think I was right, that was a person, because look, you can see people inside the train station. But the thing is, the person right here does not match the scale of the people outside. It almost looks like someone added in this photo inside to make it look like they were using a train station, but I'm not really sure. This guy is sitting against the wall, and it looks like he's 2 times the size of the people outside who are standing, but again, that's probably debatable. And if we go back to the first photo that I was talking about, we can now see that that is a person sitting there, but there's this thing to the right, which I don't know what it is, but to me it kind of looks like the back of a horse. I'm not saying that's what it is, but look how it just gets cut off at the shadow right here. Whatever this object was, it's getting cut off at what's supposed to be a shadow. Another weird thing about the second photo is there's more of the train depot visible, and you can see more telegraph lines here, with these makeshift poles. It looks like it was thrown together, like that ladder, which is strange if you're going to spend the time to build a structure like this. Okay, but I didn't mention this earlier, but I was looking through that World Fair book with all the photos, and I found this image. Now what's weird about this is I can't find any information whatsoever on what this structure was. In the description, it says this was the Union Station in downtown Nashville. Remember, this is 1897, so the Union Station wasn't built yet, supposedly, right? So there had to be another train depot. I looked through the archives, the history of railroads in Nashville, and nothing mentions this structure. There are pictures of the 1864 one, as we just discussed, but it looks slightly different in this 1897 photo, so I don't think they're the same structure. And in the 1864 photo, it's not really clear where this train station was located. This one from 1897 was supposed to be on Broad and Church. And so I go to the 1888 bird's eye view map, and I found it. It was called the Passenger Depot. But the weird thing is, I can't find any information on it other than what I just told you. Is that not strange? This was supposed to be here in 1897, and they say it was used for the World Fair. But it seems it got overshadowed by the new Union Station. However, this structure was fairly massive, and like I said, it looks close to the 1864 station. So what's going on here? Are they the same structure or connected? I'm not sure, it's a bit of a mystery. If anyone has more information on it, that would be great. But in this description, it mentions Rock City, so I don't know if they're talking about Chattanooga or something else. It's not really clear. I honestly think something's really off about this. Because look, I'm on the Tennessee State Museum website, where they have an entire article on the history of railroads in Nashville, and there's not one mention of what this structure was. So apparently, Nashville's first train depot was that structure from those 1864 photos. And it would seem that it was constructed in the 1840s. I'm not sure, they're not clear about that. They say the railroads were chartered in the 1840s. But it doesn't say when this brick structure was made. It also doesn't mention how long it lasted or when it was demolished. Then they have this picture, which seems to be of the exact same period and area, showing the Chattanooga depot, which would have been further to the right. Now there are a few different versions of this photograph, and in a few, you can see it clearly looks like the Capitol was added in the background. That's not just out of focus, it looks like it was layered in. But I saw this interesting comment. Someone on Flickr said that the cart on the lower right is a self-powered car. The headlight on its roof, along with what appears to be an exhaust stack, whistle, and something else makes it possible. Hung on the side of the truck seems to be a steam cylinder with piston guides. It also could be a compressor. He says I'll leave this to the experts to say what it is. But a self-powered rail car around 1865 was extremely rare. I thought that was an interesting comment, because what if that's actually hinting towards this being a different date? But yeah, those are the two old depots that I could find info on. Then there's over a 20-year gap, and this new Union Station is supposedly constructed in 1900. The museum website doesn't mention anything else, although it does bring up the Cumberland Tunnel. They say that in the mid-1800s, they dug through a mountain by hand with basic tools, a 2,228 feet long tunnel created by slaves and Irish immigrants. Okay, but what is this passenger depot from 1897? Why is there no information on it? I'm not saying it doesn't exist in some archive, but don't you think it should be on some museum website or something? There are some more buildings downtown that I wanted to mention. There are a few different churches I was looking at on the bird's eye view map, and there are just so many churches that it's kind of insane. But this one kind of stuck out to me. It's called Moore Memorial Presbyterian Church, and it was on Broad Street and supposedly built in 1872. The structure looks pretty unique, but it looks slightly different in the bird's eye view, so this must have been after renovation. But I'm fairly certain this is the structure. This tower over here looks very similar. Interesting that it's called Moore Memorial. Why would you get rid of this? Then I also think the Holy Trinity Church is worth mentioning. It's a Gothic revival church modeled after 14th century England churches. They say the base structure was built between 1852 and 1860, and then the tower was completed in 1887. Then there's the Ryman Auditorium from 1892, another example of Gothic revival. The structure apparently has perfect acoustics and was built in only 2 years. Then there's the Hermitage Hotel, and this is one of the most well-known buildings in Nashville. They say they built the structure in 2 years, and it opened in 1910. That's crazy because I couldn't find any construction photos of this place. It was Nashville's third skyscraper. There is this weird phrasing where it doesn't say it was constructed on Wiki. It says it was commissioned and opened, and you'll see that sometimes in these buildings' history. Here are some old photos of the interior. I mean, this is a massive project. It would be impressive to build this in 2 years today, in 2025. I find it funny that the website for the hotel actually talks about the tunnel, probably because they've been asked hundreds of times. They actually didn't deny it, they just said it hasn't been proven yet. But they bring up the men's room, and that's interesting because there are multiple references to this tunnel in the men's room that leads to an underground tunnel that goes to the Capitol. Is it true? Well, obviously if it was covered up. But I still find it interesting that it's associated with this tunnel lore. This is like common knowledge here. There's no source for it, but that's why the website brought it up. Apparently there's a gate where the tunnel entrance used to be, but they sealed it up. During the tour, he brought up some ghost stories about this place. Apparently there's a single room that is the most haunted and people book it to try to experience ghosts or something. I don't know, but this place gives me the creeps. A lot of these old downtown hotels kind of have a similar vibe. Now let's talk about Vanderbilt University, because this is insane to me. Vanderbilt University is a well-known prominent college that was founded in 1873 in Nashville. It was named in honor of the robber baron Cornelius Vanderbilt, who provided the school with its initial $1 million endowment in hopes that this would help heal the wounds inflicted by the Civil War. So that's the story. This ruthless businessman who was creating monopolies to eliminate competition and build his fortune just graciously decided to donate the funds required to build this place. This is interesting if you also consider the Biltmore, which I made a video on a few years ago, but it connects here. The earliest photo we have is from 1875, and it's of this Kirkland Hall when it supposedly was just finishing construction. They say that construction started on 1874, so that's a single year to build this. That seems like a bit of a stretch. And to be honest, these photos that they say are from 1870s look like the photographic style from the late 80s. Here's an early photo where they cut out the sky for some reason. This is on the university's website. Then there's this other photo from what they say is around 1875. So they say this is what the campus looked like after 1875. There's nothing really here. That doesn't really make any sense. Well, for one, this image looks fake as well. The resolution of the building doesn't match the rest of the image, and the sky is painted. Clouds don't look like that. This photo's on Wiki. Then on Wiki, they have another image, and they say this was sketched in 1880. So just in 5 years, this is what the campus looks like now. This looks like an entire city. So yeah, seems like some fakery is going on here. On the Kirkland Hall Wiki, there's some more strangeness. Here's another photo, which must have been after the photo on the university website because the trees are older. So not sure what the date of that is, but apparently at some point they changed the towers. That story doesn't really make that much sense. So there was a fire in 1885 because an arsonist set the building on fire for some reason. And then there was a big fire in 1905 when the entire building was destroyed. To me, this does not look like damage from a fire. No burn marks. It looks like it was destroyed intentionally by some explosives or cannons. So of course, the original building no longer exists. But okay, why did they change the towers? I don't know about that because here's a photo of it that clearly has been painted on. They drew over the building to make the tops look different. But I found a few other photos of this change, so it does seem that at some point they took the top off the towers for some reason. I guess the arsonist decided to burn just that area. It's almost as if they're trying to layer the building with different histories to make it confusing on purpose. Because they say this is the Kirkland building now, after being rebuilt with only a single tower in 1905, and in a completely different style. I'm not really buying the story either. It honestly seems like a scam because in 1905, after the fire, they were desperately in need for money. So they start fundraising, and the citizens of Nashville donated over $50,000 during that time. And then, supposedly, they rebuild the hall in 2 years, which is the current structure. To me, the whole thing seems like a fabrication. And what about these other structures in the sketch? So we have photos of the university in 1875, yet we don't get any more photos of the campus until 1909. There might be more, but I couldn't find any that are from a further angle. Here is the next earliest photo of the campus from 1909. We can see Furman Hall, Kirkland Hall, and Benson Hall, all of which look extremely out of place. Furman looks slightly buried to the left and has the same turret style as the high school. I was looking at this 1880 sketch of Wesley Hall, and it looks completely different than the photos I could find. Here is Wesley Hall, here it is in the sketch. Those look like two different structures to me. And this one went through a fire as well in the 1930s. But as I was looking at this photo on the university website, these people don't look scared of the fire at all. Oh, and I should mention, apparently there are miles of underground tunnels under Vanderbilt. Not just utility or personnel tunnels, because those 100% exist, but supposedly they are century-old tunnels underground that lead to downtown and to the Cumberland, and if that's the case, that would be pretty mind-blowing. That's not verified, but I find it interesting that it's even local lore. Vanderbilt magazine did a whole piece on the tunnels, and they verified a utility tunnel that dates back to the early 1920s. And we talked about this earlier, but there is that Lick Branch sewer from 1880 that goes under the football stadium that goes all the way to the Cumberland, so technically that's true too. Keep in mind they're planning to do this Elon Music Loop tunnel in Nashville from the Boring Company, but I honestly think many of these tunnels were most likely already here and they're just finalizing them and connecting them. Another thing I wanted to mention are the trees, because Vanderbilt University being an arboretum kind of makes sense, but it also kind of doesn't. One thing I've started to notice after researching many downtowns is that in many old photos from the 1870s and 1880s, you can clearly see they're just starting to plant these trees. You see these streets with rows of tiny, evenly spaced trees, all the same height, all recently transplanted. It honestly looks like a replantation effort, and the weird part is, if you're really developing a city in a forested area, you'd expect old growth. But the early Nashville photos show bare hills, raw dirt, and these tiny nursery trees in perfect rows. Vanderbilt University's early photos have the same thing, almost as if they found the city framework and then had to repopulate it with vegetation. Sure, maybe it's just landscaping, but I've noticed this in a lot of old photos. But we're coming full circle, because the architect who designed the Kirkland Hall is William Crawford Smith. And this is the same guy who designed the Parthenon almost 20 years later. This is interesting. This guy was a Templar, and after his death, his body lay in state at the Nashville Masonic Temple before burial. He was also commissioned to design the Masonic Temple in Columbia, Tennessee in 1883. Basically, he was a Mason. Sometimes these historical figures are actually secret Freemasons. Here's another photo of William Smith that I found on Facebook. Here, he actually has a Scottish Rite medal, so he's definitely a high-ranking Freemason. This is the guy who they say designed these amazing works of art. I mean, look, I know not to judge a book by its cover, but he doesn't really look like the architect type if you ask me. And why did they paint over this flag in this photo? The wiki doesn't even say what school he went to. I find it very unlikely he had the time to get an education, as he was constantly fighting in wars his whole entire life. I don't buy this at all. This is another thing you'll see where you have these architects who just get assigned buildings. I mean, let's keep that in mind. Many of these colleges have fraternities for a reason. The college was literally founded by Freemasons. Where do you think these traditions come from? Vanderbilt had hundreds of secret societies, apparently. The most popular one online is called Order of the Crown, but the real ones are probably not known to the public. I just find it weird that you have all these Greek fraternities, and they don't even realize that this is all based on secret society stuff, which ties back to the Athens of the South. That's not why they built all this Greek-style architecture. The Freemason connection is a far more logical answer. Then there's the Scarrett Bennett Center. I thought it was worthy to mention. It is from a later period, 1925 to 1928, so it doesn't really fall into our criteria, but it is an interesting example of Gothic revival. What I think is crazy is they can't even really replicate the revival style anymore. Vanderbilt has tried this with newer buildings for housing, and the tower is impressive, but the actual style is off and doesn't even look like Gothic style to me, other than the tower. It also took them, I believe, over 3 years for this one, and that's with modern equipment. I actually think it took longer. There's no official timeline online, just that it was under construction by 2018. Just imagine them trying to build something like this in 1875 with no electricity. Okay, that's Vanderbilt. We can move on from that, but let me know if I missed anything. The next structure is the Tennessee State Prison. Are we starting to notice the style here? Why is the state prison in Gothic revival architecture? This is the exact same style as we saw with Vanderbilt University. Yet, the current structure was said to be built in 1898. That's 23 years after Kirkland Hall. Yet they look so similar? Apparently, there was a structure before this one that goes back to 1831. This one was between the church and Charlotte Avenue. In 1863, the Union took over this prison and turned it into a military prison. Here's what they say it looked like in 1831, which is pretty impressive for that time in Nashville, most likely one of the largest structures. I could only find this sketch from 1831 in this random photo, but I don't believe the story they tell us with the present structure at all. This is actually kind of crazy. So apparently, it was built by a man named Enoch Guy Elliott. Now this guy has no architectural history, no portfolio, not even a wiki page for him, but his wife has a wiki page. And it says that this Enoch Guy Elliott was the builder of the Second Tennessee State Prison, and that he was the chief warden of the Old Tennessee State Prison. Wait, what? He was the warden? How did he get into architecture? Keep in mind, this is the Tom Hanks Green Mile prison. Then they tell us it was built with prison labor, where they would work 16 hours a day to build this place. They say it took 2 years to build this with no construction photos, and of course, people will say, oh, well, they just used prison labor. But that's the excuse they say to make a project like this even seem feasible. Now, as I was researching this, I came across an anomaly. This may sound like a reach, and I know it sounds crazy, but we looked at a bunch of examples already, so let's talk about it. I was looking at the earliest photos of the state prison, the second structure, trying to find the oldest images, and I noticed that this central tower was actually longer. And I was like, wait, it looks different now. And I started to compare the tower from when it was originally built and how it looks today. I looked online and I could not find one source for when they changed this tower and for what reason. All I know is this looks like the oldest photo, and then there's a postcard from around 1915. So it would have still been there during that time. But here's a postcard from the 40s. So it must have happened sometime after that, right? But the only photos I could find of the longer tower are older photos from before the 1915s. So I'm looking into this and I'm realizing, wait, so at some point they would have had to renovate this tower and make it shorter, which isn't impossible, but I actually don't think that's what's going on here. So we really only have two options. Either they renovated this tower for some reason after 1915 and there's no documentation on it and no one has questioned it, or, stick with me, this is actually not real. Yes, literally. I think they faked these older photos of the state prison with the longer tower. I came to that conclusion because first, I noticed all these older photos of the state building were extremely strange. Here's that older one where it looks extremely out of place. The building looks slightly different resolution and morphed at a different perspective. It's not conclusive, so I was looking at other photos and I noticed the same thing. Here is one from the same angle. There's obviously a lot of painting in this one, and I did find one photo that looked quite convincing. However, it isn't very high resolution and it looks like the sky was cut out. This is in 1922, so if they really did do this renovation, then it happened after that. But okay, it's really not conclusive enough to say this is clearly photo manipulation. That's why I'm saying it's a theory, but this is what made me start to think there's something weird going on. So I'm comparing the top of the previous tower to the current tower, and it's literally the exact same top. They just removed this section here and made the section below shorter. But that would have been extremely challenging without ruining the structure. And like I said, the top is exactly like the modern one. So did they remake the top, or they just kept it and move it down a level? What's going on here, and why would you even do that? I feel like you would have to remove parts of the roof to shorten the tower. So I don't think they renovated it. I'm zooming in on this postcard image of it, and you can actually kind of tell. It's done really well, but if you look closely in this one, it almost looks like this section with the pillars has no grain compared to the top. Again, it's hard to tell because this is a postcard, but it looks like this part was added in. Notice how dark the shadows are in the arched windows? If you look at the black levels in the rest of the image, they have a sepia tone, and that area does not have it in the shadows, leading me to believe that they were added in. Also, the entire sky is cut out, and you can see how it was airbrushed behind the tower, since it's slightly brighter. It's hard to see in this one, but here's a higher resolution version that isn't sepia. It does look like that section is altered. Right below it, these spiked triangles also have some strange line artifact that's not seen in the rest of the image. Here's another postcard. I'm not sure why that number says 1983, but I believe the note is dated to 1906. This image looks highly edited as well, and the sky is removed. And notice the little trees like we saw with Vanderbilt. But if you look at that section with the pillars, that area has a different resolution and quality. It's hard to tell because it's a postcard and we don't have the original negative, but something's off about it. I found another side view of this thing, and this one's the most convincing to me, but it's still strange. The sky was cut out. The area around the tower looks like the only part of the image that has less grain. It's not noticeable, but the area was airbrushed slightly. You can tell because if you look at the background behind the castle, it's brighter than the rest of the sky. And the tower also looks tilted here. Now I understand that may be hard for many to entertain, especially people who've known the structure their whole lives, but I tried looking for an original glass negative of this building with the longer tower, and the only one online that I could find is from this blog, and she didn't give the original source. I showed it earlier, this is one of the earliest images with a description saying around 1898. Everything else online is labeled as real photo postcards, meaning they are photo montages or edited photos. If you have a photo of the state prison with the longer tower that's not a postcard and it looks convincing, please email it to me. I'd love to have a look. I'm not against the idea that they renovated this or anything. I'm just saying it seems unlikely and kind of pointless. Like why? I watched this documentary on it, and this one historian brings it up briefly. He says, yeah, and at some point they shortened the middle tower and bricked up the windows, but that's about all that's changed. Okay, but when? And why? This local historian, giving an entire presentation on this building, didn't even know. So all I'm doing is presenting another possible solution. I've seen so much photo manipulation that I do think it was possible. Why would they fake photos of the tower, you may ask? I would say it's because they want to give the impression that this building has gone through many different phases. That's why there's always a building before, or a fire that burned down the original structure, or a building that moved location to its current site. Whatever the case may be, you see this with so many buildings. They need a backstory, and one that makes it look like it went through multiple versions. Seeing the old tower makes it look like it used to be different, and then they made some changes to renovate it. But what this does is cover up the fact that the entire story may be complete BS. Meaning, they didn't build this in a year, and it's probably much older than we're told, or built in a completely different fashion than we've been told, with a different designer. No construction photos either? I mean, are you starting to see a trend here? What's weird is not only is there not enough photos, there's nothing I could find in text that even talks about this renovation project being done. I think it's a big deal because if it was proven that they lied about the tower being longer originally and faked the photos to do so, it hints to there being some type of cover-up involved with the structure. And I don't think it was to make the structure look more impressive. It already speaks for itself. The only thing I can conclude is it was done to give more backstory. Even if it was renovated, it was most likely done after the 1930s, and that's technically possible, but it would have been a challenging project. However, that still doesn't explain why they built this Gothic structure in a single year to be a prison, and interestingly, this is in 1898, so a year after the World Fair. So that's the state prison. Now let's talk about the Nashville Central State Hospital, because this has some weird elements to it as well. You see this a lot in cities, but sometimes on the outskirts of a town, they will have this really creepy mental asylum. So here's the Central State Hospital, and it's quite impressive. here's a drawing of what it looked like in full. But I was looking into the backstory here, and there are a bunch of things that aren't really adding up. So the history goes, in 1832, the state approved the first asylum, and in 1840 it was built southwest of Nashville near downtown. However, someone in 1845 called Green Grimes wrote a book called A Secret Worth Knowing that kind of praised the hospital. Then, in 1847, a Dorothy Dix urged the state to replace the unfit facility. Apparently, it wasn't good enough. Then, in 1852, they built the Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute, which appears to be this armory-looking structure built like a fortification similar to the high school downtown. But this is from the 1850s, which is insane for that time period in Nashville. Then, they say in 1891, much of the building burned down, and it was renamed Central State Hospital in 1920. But the confusing part is the historical marker and the wiki say nothing on when this red brick Victorian building was constructed. That was the first thing that confused me, because I saw these Facebook posts sharing this old postcard of the red brick Central State Hospital, and I'm thinking, when was this built? And I'm reading through the comments, and people are saying they don't remember this building, and when they saw it in the 70s, it looked much more modern. So that was the first thing that stood out to me. I'm like, wait, when did they get rid of this older hospital, and when was the newer version of the Central State Hospital constructed? At first, I thought the original 1840 structure was the castle-looking one, and the 1890s one was the red brick version. However, I found a photo of the castle structure on the Tennessee Virtual Archives, and this looks exactly like the drawing. So this structure must have survived into the 1890s. Okay, but when was this red brick structure built? What's insane is I couldn't find a photo of this red brick building. None in any archive. However, after going through Facebook, this is the one photo I could find. It looks very old too, possibly 1890s, but I don't know the date. So this building existed at some point. But from what I could put together, here's what's happening. 1840, there was a small asylum. 1850s, they built this castle asylum. And then in 1890s, they must have built the red brick Victorian structure. But the only problem with that is I'm reading through the article breaking down the history, and apparently in 1860, the New York Times wrote an article talking about the mental hospital burning down. If this is in 1860s, then it must have been the castle structure. The only problem with that is I found a photo of it in full from 1890. So when did this burn down? I don't know, this is a very confusing history, and you can tell that not too many people seem to know what's going on here, which is strange on its own. And why do you need a massive asylum in Tennessee anyways, in 1850? If they built this in 1850, it would have been one of the most impressive structures in the city. This is before the Capitol. And they decide to put all this effort into an asylum? Nothing remains today except for a marker and apparently a stone gatehouse. I know a bunch of people worked there in the 60s and 70s, so if anyone could give more info on this and what structure you remember, that would be interesting to hear. And or if you have any stories about this place, as I know some really horrible things happened in this hospital and prison. I also forgot to mention, but the prison has rumors of underground tunnels, and so does this hospital. Apparently, many of the buildings were connected underground. But yeah, I thought it was weird because some people are saying they remember this castle structure, which online it says it was burned down in 1860 and in 1891. And at some point this red brick structure had to replace it, but then why do they remember this original structure? It just doesn't make any sense. Here's where it used to be supposedly. It's right by the airport. I also thought it's kind of strange how far this is from the main city. Then there's the Nashville School for the Blind. Seems like an extravagant school for blind kids, but okay. I'm reading the wiki and there's no date for when this was constructed, but I did find a source mentioning 1881, but I don't know when it was built. It says in the Nashville archives that it was founded in 1844, but they could have had a different building during that time, because this doesn't look like 1840s architecture in Nashville. This photo is from the early 1900s. Apparently, in 1890 there were 150 students, but notice that similar architectural style again. Seems very out of place. And of course, there are very few photos. But I found this one and I was like, okay, they're just laughing at us. Look at this guy in the carriage. The dirt on the ground, the basic small houses, and even the fence compared to that structure in the back, they don't match at all. Interestingly, there was a deaf and dumb asylum in Knoxville that looks just as out of place. So you're building these massive structures for blind and deaf people? Seems like a bit of a stretch. Speaking of schools, there was the Watkins Institute at 6th and Church. Here's what it looked like in 1890. Same architectural style that looks completely out of place. Here's what it looked like in the 70s for reference. There are so many buildings in Nashville, but that's pretty much my top list for the most out of place buildings in Nashville. I wanted to give a shout out to Lucius. He did a video on Nashville and he covers some more stuff that I didn't talk about, like this water tower. He's one of my favorite channels. He does a great job researching a variety of different cities, so definitely go check him out if you haven't already. Now, I did want to talk about a few other structures that I feel are out of place in the general area. There are a bunch of old towns around Nashville like Franklin, Manchester, and Murfreesboro, which have their own interesting old buildings. I can go more into those in another video if you'd like, but here are a few more interesting structures that some locals may not know about. Let's discuss the Boyd Mill ruins, and this kind of connects with the Old Stone Fort, as they have the mill ruins as well. This is in Franklin, and it's not gigantic, but I do feel that it's out of place, because they say the only evidence they have of Bingham being positioned on the West Harpeth River are these ruins. Apparently Bingham was a community. They don't call it a town, but I mean, they were building stone mills here, so it must have been significant. They say that it was built in 1809, and I'm guessing this is what it looked like. Okay, but I'm looking at this William Boyd guy's house, and it's like this little cabin. And some of these stone ruins that they claim come from mills may be older than what we're told. I mean, they look impressive. This type of stonework is out of place for early 1800s in such a small random community that wasn't even classified as a town. And it gets weirder because apparently there are 2 Boyd Mill ruins. This one is in Sherwood, so it's kind of far away, but I thought it was weird there are 2 Boyd ruins, and this one's much more impressive. They say that it was built in 1825, but this is a massive structure for 1825. I couldn't find any more info on it. I'd love to check it out, so if you guys have any more info on it, let me know. In Erin, Tennessee, there's this old rock quarry cave that barely anyone talks about, and right next to it are these massive lime kilns, 2 that are still standing today, though there used to be 4. They supposedly date back to the 1870s, and even the historic marker admits they were unusually advanced for their time. Each one was built as a perpetual burning kiln, meaning the fire never really went out. They had these ash door chambers that let workers pull out residue without stopping the burn, and a built-in hopper system that automatically fed limestone from the top. Basically, you could keep it running indefinitely, which is kind of wild for a rural Tennessee setup in the 1800s. This is kind of far from Nashville, but I still thought it was extremely out of place. In Dunlap, Tennessee, there's this long row of old beehive coke ovens built right into the hillside. There's like a lot of them. There are over 50 that are still visible, all made from perfectly cut stone with arched fire doors, kind of looking like an underground catacomb system. They say these were built in the late 1800s for turning coal into coke for the iron industry. But the scale of it doesn't really match the tiny mining town that was supposedly there at the time. And what's weird is how big it is. Perfect arches, massive walls and stonework that to me honestly look like some old European fortification. There's another mill on the Harpeth River called Newsom's Mill, and it's the same frontier grist mill story, but the timeline jumps all over the place. Built for meal flour in 1862, shut down by 1890, then rebuilt as a cottonseed oil mill in 1898, burned in 1904, rebuilt in 1906, and grinding again in 1935. They also say that the stones were quarried from the same quarry as the Capitol building and the Union Station. However, supposedly that's a local legend that's not true. To me, the stonework looks older than the machinery that's there now. And look at this hallway. Supposedly this is nearby and there are other ruins here too. In Goodlettsville, there's this old stone bridge that nobody really pays attention to. It's built from massive cut limestones that were laid without mortar. Looks a little too advanced for a small back road that it sits on. Supposedly it dates back to the late 1830s to 1849, built by enslaved labor to support local traffic for mills, farms, and the early road networks. It feels out of place because Goodlettsville at the time was not a major city, just a small farming industrial crossroads on the edge of Nashville. They try to say that it's a local farmer bridge, but why is someone carving and setting stone this precisely for a farm driveway? I was gonna go more into this, but I want to briefly talk about Rutledge Falls. It's funny because I didn't go here with the intention of researching. We just wanted to check out some waterfalls. It was beautiful, and the water was really nice. It honestly felt like it had healing properties. But when I got there, I started noticing that there were some things that kind of looked weird. There were rock formations that looked kind of like shaped cuts in places, and a section of brickwork that seemed like it was merging into the natural rock. I mean, it looks pretty old, but this general area had a lot of mills like we've been talking about. And then there's this mystical, strange statue. No one seems to know anything about it. But while looking online, I found this article that ties Rutledge Falls to the Tennessee State Capitol in Nashville. This is pretty wild. The article talks about a statue called the Lady of the Falls, or Night, that used to stand at the Capitol building in Nashville. Part of a trio of life-size statues representing morning, noon, and night, ordered in 1859 from Philadelphia. According to the story, when the Capitol went through renovation, the statues were taken down, and one of them made its way to Rutledge Falls. That's the exact statue that overlooks the falls now. There's something about the statue that looks very mystical and occult, at least to me. Now let's talk about cataclysms, because every city usually has stories of a great fire or great flood, and I wanted to talk about the Great Fire of Nashville, because I was looking at photos of it, and it doesn't really look like a fire caused all this damage. Apparently, a little boy was playing with a ball of yarn and it caught on fire from a stove. He then threw it out the window into the yard where it caught the grass on fire, and the high winds spread it all over East Nashville. And in a single day, more than 600 homes and businesses were destroyed. I mean, today, I might believe something like that because our homes are built very cheap, but these are brick structures. How does a fire cause complete brick walls to go missing? And look at all this rubble. This looks like some type of battle happened here. And there's a bunch of weird aspects to the story. A ball of yarn? They say as the fire spread to Edgefield, it incinerated every building in its wake. However, there was only one fatality. It was a Johnson H. Woods that was electrocuted by a live power line. Because of this, the local electric company cut the power, but they say this hindered the firefighters, and so Nashvillians had to fight back the flames with buckets of water. I mean, the stories they tell us are insane. I don't buy the story at all. 35 city blocks in one day? Right. It seems they either wanted to get rid of this area for some reason, or they wanted to get rid of many of these old structures. Who knows, but the whole story sounds very suspicious. I was reading this news article and it says, quote, "As you look at the photos and see the city, it's basically in ruins," said Cornell. "It looks like World War II, and then all the churches are standing strong," end quote. Weird, right? Churches survived miraculously, and she compared it to a battlefield. Nashville also had many floods. I mentioned that earlier. One in 1927 with about 10 inches of rainfall, and they have photos of people in small boats during this. Seems kind of dumb to have windows going in the ground if throughout your city's history there have been multiple floods. Another topic I find really interesting is these ghost cities around Nashville. These places used to be full towns with streets, schools, and families, but now they're just gone. A lot of people don't even realize they're driving right past what used to be entire communities. So let's start with Old Jefferson, out by Smyrna. Supposedly it's underwater, like a Tennessee Atlantis, but it's a little strange. Back in the 1960s, the government agency called the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, came through building dams and lakes for power and flood control. They bought everyone out, bulldozed most of the buildings, carved new roads, and then flooded what was left. If you go towards Long Hunter State Park, there was a small black community called Bryant's Grove, with a church, a school, and generations of families living along the Couchville Pike. TVA bought that land too, and when they made the lake, everyone had to move. Then west of Nashville, there's Old Johnsonville on the Tennessee River. It started as a Civil War supply hub, turned into a river town, and then in the 1940s, another TVA dam project, this time creating Kentucky Lake, swallowed half of it. They moved what they could uphill, but the original streets and docks are underwater now. And you start to notice, this isn't just a Nashville thing. It's a pattern that shows up all over the country. Whole towns that disappeared under lakes, families moved out, history paved over in the name of progress. And a lot of times, these were black cities. If it happened once or twice, you could say it was just bad luck or necessary for the dam, but it happened again and again, dozens of times. The same story told with different names. It makes you wonder if there was something more to it, like maybe it wasn't just about flood control or electricity, but about clearing the map, rewriting who lived where, and erasing what didn't fit the new plan. Okay, so let's start to wrap it up. I know that's a lot of info, and there's so much more that I didn't even cover, but I feel like this serves as a good base that can later be expanded on. I wanted to say a few more things on Haywood before I give my final thoughts on what I believe is going on or what I'm getting at with this whole video. So this John Haywood guy, his book on Tennessee history is insane. And by that I mean it's mind-blowing for several reasons. I've known about him for a while because he gets brought up in the giant skeleton remains topic. So I've seen some of his quotes, but I never studied his work until this project. And remember, this guy is considered the father of Tennessee history, so you can't just call him a crackpot. This is literally the state's first major chronicler. His book, The Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, published in 1823, is beyond its time. And I know we already talked about him a bunch, but there's more to it. Basically, so I can be fair to both sides here, Haywood technically would get classified into the era of Lost Civilizations of America movement. You see this as a typical response to all the giant claims that this was a part of a racist movement to claim the Native Americans or mound builders were white people. That movement didn't really exist until after Haywood. It really didn't even become a thing until Donnelly. Haywood is basically an early Donnelly, but with serious credentials that not only documents many of the ancient sites in Tennessee, he was discussing real, now documented places. Like I said earlier, he was talking about Old Stone Fort. He wasn't making that up, he was working on survey reports. Many other sites he actually visited, so he had first-hand experience, not quoting later legends. Haywood had come to the conclusion that there was a lost advanced civilization in Tennessee that were not the Native Americans. He concluded that they were sun worshippers descended from the Phoenicians and Scythians. Now that sounds crazy, right? You might say he had an agenda, and maybe. But let me just discuss the evidence that he provides because it is mind-blowing. Roughly an hour outside of Nashville, he talks about this massive earthwork in Sumner County that he describes as a parallelogram-shaped embankment, raised platforms, an inner temple mound with steps, a surrounding ditch and outer wall, and multiple smaller mounds placed in geometric order. All of it aligned to the cardinal points like someone literally measured it with the stars. He even mentions roads connecting out from the corners, almost like a grid, and says the whole layout looked as it formed for solemn worship or great assembly. What's wild is he wasn't guessing. He was walking it, measuring it, taking notes on elevation, soil color. He points out the inner mound showed layers of burnt clay and ashes, and that vessels and fragments of idols were found inside, like it had been some kind of temple site, not a fort or settlement. But it gets crazier. Haywood says that along the Cumberland River, high up on the cliffs, there were sun and moon symbols painted in red and black, on walls so steep they couldn't have been done by casual visitors. In the same area, he mentions iron and steel tools supposedly found buried near the mounds, and even what looked like brickwork and carved stone long before any European construction. He keeps talking about these buried idols in layers of ash, charcoal, and bone, stacked like ritual deposits, saying the builders clearly practiced some kind of organized sun cult. And this is where he starts to compare it to old world temples. He says the builders were worshippers of the sun, like the Hindus, Phoenicians, Mexicans, and Peruvians, who built their high places facing the cardinal points. That's straight from the text, so he's not saying it's similar by coincidence. He's implying there's a direct connection. That whoever built this in Tennessee was following the same sacred geometry as ancient civilizations across the world. And for 1823, that's insane. You've got the so-called father of Tennessee history basically suggesting there was a lost advanced culture here before the native tribes. People who built in stone, understood astronomy, and designed entire ceremonial complexes long before any recorded history of the region. Keep in mind, there's no actual evidence that the woodland cultures were sun worshippers, which is what makes the official story around Old Stone Fort so weird. Mainstream archaeologists still call it a ceremonial enclosure aligned to the summer solstice, but they can't explain why. There are no artifacts, no carvings, no myths, nothing directly tying those people to solar worship. It's just assumed because of the alignment. So when you read Haywood's descriptions, written a century earlier, where he's outright saying there were sun and moon symbols, altars, and temples across Tennessee, what's even more interesting is that Haywood himself never called Old Stone Fort a sun temple. He actually believed it was a defensive fortification, built for protection, not ceremony. That's important because if he were just trying to force everything into a sun worship narrative, that site would have been the perfect example. But instead, he separated it, which kind of proves he was being honest in what he saw rather than pushing a theory. So Haywood's not just theorizing here, he's actually describing real excavations around Nashville, Franklin, and the Harpeth River Valley, right in that same stretch connected to the old French lick in Demumbrian's Cave. He talks about people cutting into these mounds and finding layers of charcoal and ash, coal, and shell-tempered pottery mixed with human and animal bones, even a jawbone with tusk, which sounds impossible, but he lists it like a field note. In one case, they pull out a metal seal with a woman's face from the French Lick Mound, buried deep under what's now downtown. And then he describes these elaborate layouts like walls, gateways, terraces, and what he calls reservoir tanks. Basically stone-lined pits or channels that held water inside the enclosures, which is insane for something supposedly built by primitive tribes. And when I read that, I immediately thought about the 8th Avenue Reservoir. He says they had connected mounds and embankments with defined entrances and runoff systems, like someone engineered the drainage. When you read it, it literally sounds like a site survey, like it's a modern archaeological report, except this was written in 1823. He calls it a reservoir with a square mouth, meaning it had a structure, precision, maybe even cut stone around it. It was inside the walls, near the gateways, almost like it was purposely built for something. Ritual cleansing, storage, or even water balance. Haywood says, quote, "The waters of the tank were for sacred uses, for ablutions and purifications, another great symptom of the Hindu ritual." End quote. So he's literally comparing this thing in Middle Tennessee to the water temples of India or Mesopotamia. The crazy part is modern archaeology would later prove that cities like Cahokia and Etowah actually had engineered ponds and ditches just like this. He starts talking about glazed pottery, which shouldn't exist here that early. He says some of the pieces they dug up had an actual glossy finish, like they'd been fired in a kiln hot enough to melt the surface. That alone is wild, because glaze requires serious heat and technique. Then he says in those same layers they found coal and isinglass, which is mica. Both materials can handle extreme heat. That means something was burning there for a long time. It sounds like they were running some kind of furnace or kiln setup, which it seems he's suggesting that it was almost industrial, more advanced than anything that fits the woodland culture timeline. And then Haywood starts describing what he calls burnt earth around the walls and ditches, saying the ground itself had turned red and glassy from heat, like it had been baked from the inside out. He talks about layers of ashes and coal beneath the wall foundations, which makes you think they were firing the clay right there on site, maybe hardening it before the next layer. So they were constructing using a form of high heat, which reminds me of the vitrified forts found in Scotland. The rocks were fused together into glass by extreme heat, and some theories suggest they did this on purpose. And he even goes a step further. Scattered through the same mound reports, he keeps mentioning metal objects. He says a metal seal with a woman's face was pulled from the French Lick Mound, and in other places talks about iron and steel tools buried in the ash layers. He doesn't use the word metallurgy, but that's what he's talking about, and it becomes clear he's trying to suggest the possibility of an ancient industrial site. And then Haywood starts talking about this site at Southwest Point, down near Kingston, where he says there's this massive mound about 30 feet high with an actual stone wall running all the way around the flat top. Not random rock piles, but a full perimeter face, like someone capped the earthwork with masonry. Across the river, he notes painted cliffs, red and black figures, even one that he says looks like a woman, and carvings scattered all throughout the nearby rock. He points out this repeating pattern: mounds, walls, cliff art, caves, saying that wherever the rivers cut into these steep bluffs, if there's a cave nearby, you'll usually find a mound close by, and often sun and moon symbols painted right on the stone. Then he goes straight into what he calls the images and idols section. And this is where it gets crazy. He says they were digging 20 feet down into the Nashville clay and pulled out a female-headed pottery vessel with an Asiatic face and long ears in the Hindu custom. Then he lists a three-faced idol from White County, male and female sculptures found near Mayfield Station in Clarksville, and an idol near Nashville made of fine clay mixed with gypsum and lime, wearing what he calls a fillet and a cake on its head, which he literally compares to Greek and Hindu ritual headgear. To him, this was evidence that the people who built these mounds shared cultural roots with India, Persia, and Egypt. And it gets better. This is where Haywood goes off. He's talking about these literal inscriptions and markings carved into the landscape across Tennessee. He calls the section Letters and Literal Inscriptions. He starts listing all these places where people found symbols painted high up on the cliffs, rocks marked with strange letters, and even caves holding preserved bodies. At Paint Rock, down by Fort Deposit near the Alabama line, he says there are figures painted so high on the cliff that no ladder could reach them, which means whoever made them would have been suspended from the top of the rock face. Then he says on a bluff along the Cumberland River below the Harpeth Shoals, basically just outside of Nashville, there are characters that look like letters, as if someone had written across the stone. And farther east, along the French Broad River, near the Warm Springs, he talks about this massive 200-foot rock completely covered in painted characters, organized in groups all the way up to the top. He's basically describing a network of cliff writings, actual painted or carved symbols stretching from Nashville to the Carolina border. Then he gets to the wildest part. A cave above Carthage, just east of Nashville, where saltpeter miners uncovered multiple human skeletons, included one female body still preserved with yellow hair, and around her wrist was a silver clasp engraved with letters like the Greek alphabet. And he says the flesh was dried and intact. That's in the early 1800s, not folklore. He's treating it like a first-hand report. So within maybe 80 miles of Nashville, you've got painted cliff symbols, an inscribed metal artifact, and a mummified body with European or Asiatic features, all mentioned in the same chapter. But then listen to this. He moves into the section called Tracks of Men and Beasts on a Rock, talking about a site near Brasstown Creek up by the head of Hiwassee. He describes this giant horizontal stone slab covered with engraved prints: deer, wolves, turkeys, even bare human footprints of all sizes, and what he calls the impressions of wheel carriages carved right into the rock. That's strange. He says they're too deliberate to be natural, and that there are stone piles and graves nearby, as if something major happened here. He speculates that maybe it shows a mass exodus, people and animals fleeing some incommoding cause from the east, which he links to a local flood legend about the Atlantic Ocean overflowing. Then he throws in all these other anomalies: iron pots found 100 feet underground, buried glass bottles in old walls in North Carolina soil. He literally says this is evidence of a lost civilization wiped out by catastrophe. So what are we really talking about here? Haywood is flat out saying there was an advanced civilization in Tennessee before the white settlers, a people he connects not just to the Scythians, which if you look at old maps is ancient Tartaria, but also to the Greeks and Egyptians. Athens of the South? Right? He clearly is not describing Native Americans of his time. This was a culture capable of massive fortifications, temples, brickwork, metallurgy, furnaces, glass production, glazed pottery, hydraulic systems, and even mummification and ritual practice. How do you just gloss that over when it's coming from the guy literally known as the father of Tennessee history? You can't just brush it off with the same excuses people use for Donnelly, who was trying to prove Atlantis or the later mound builder theories. This isn't fringe writing though. It's a part of the state's earliest recorded history. Which I am of the same opinion of Haywood. I don't buy that it was thousands of years ago. I think the ruins and mounds and tanks and petrified walls are the bones of a city system that was still functioning way closer to our timeline, and that Nashville wasn't built from scratch by a handful of muddy settlers with ox carts. It was founded on top of a grid that was already here. This gets revealed as you look through the records. 0 to Athens of the South in pretty much a blink. You get this boomtown fairy tale from 1800 to 1830 that reads like a press release. Then another jump after the war, and by the 1880s, it's a full European stone city with arches, domes, engineered riverfronts, reservoirs, mills. This isn't something that's easy to do with no modern technology in a complete frontier town. And let's not forget the earliest photos we're allowed to see are Civil War era photos that clearly have been edited. Then most of the photos for these old buildings and even the World's Fair got airbrushed and staged to make the structures look as if they were brand new. Finished buildings with scaffolding, adding fake people. I'm basically saying that all those out of place buildings we covered are older than what we've been told and were not built in the way we've been told. They are repurposed buildings. They were literally founded. So what you have is that after the Civil War, which was not fought over slavery at all, but over infrastructure, the control of it, Nashville was basically repopulated, not rebuilt. It makes more sense that Nashville already looked like an 1880s city by then. Full masonry, full grid, full system, and the whole frontier boomtown story was just a cover for a change in management. The secret societies and fraternal networks came in after the reset. Freemasons, Oddfellows, Knights of Pythias, the Elks, all those groups that suddenly explode right after the war, and they rewrote the city's timeline. They controlled the printing presses, the archives, the photography, so they could build a fake past while occupying the present. And then came the World's Fairs, which weren't international celebrations at all, but repopulation events, or forced orientation camps. That's why they had the photo ID passports. That wasn't for souvenirs, that was for tracking. People were herded into these brand new expositions, shown the technology of their new world, electric lights, trains, phonographs, and they were told that this is your story now. And anyone who didn't go along, who remembered the old world or resisted the new system, they were labeled insane, sent to the asylums, locked away in those gothic stone palaces we now call hospitals. That's why America suddenly went crazy for asylum construction in the late 1800s, because they were repurposing older buildings into psychological control centers, rewriting minds the same way they're rewriting history. Nashville wasn't built after the war, it was reset, repopulated, and rescripted. And the photos, the fairs, the asylums, all of that was a part of the same operation. That's what I think, but you can come to your own conclusions. That's what this whole video is for. We're questioning the official story of Nashville and seeing what actually lines up and what doesn't. I'm not here to push a theory as truth. I'm trying to debunk the official narrative itself. Because honestly, that's the one that sounds made up. It's the story that's been handed down, printed, taught, repeated so many times that people stopped noticing the holes. And the historians, it's not that they're lying, it's that they don't have another framework to work from. Because by the time they hear stuff like this, they've already built their careers and their identities around the textbook version, so they just defend it on instinct. But I think this needs to be talked about, because there's too much missing. Too many photographs edited, too many foundations with no builders, too many records that appear out of thin air. Somewhere in there, there's a real story, buried under fake progress and patriotic folklore. And maybe we'll never have the full picture, but you can feel it when you're standing downtown, or driving by these old forts and mills, especially when you look with new eyes. There's this sense that something isn't right, something was lost. And if asking questions makes me crazy, that's fine, I'll take crazy. Because it's much better than silence. That's how history disappears. But with that, please let me know if there's anything I missed, or even if you're critical and disagree. I'd love to hear it. Let me know what city we should do next, and if you did enjoy the video, I'd appreciate the support. Tell some friends about the channel, or check out some other videos. But thanks for watching, guys, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?